Hello! Hello, are we live? Bam! I think we're live. What? Doesn't look straight. Anyways, what's up, everybody? My name is Deeps, your #1 failed paranormal detective, and today we're building the police Zaku from GQX. Yeah, this is technically, as the title says, my first ever Zaku, and today we're gonna be drinking some Red Bull. I'm gonna open it right now because I need it. But yeah, this is technically the first Zaku that I've ever built, if you don't count the goof and the Zakus from. Actually, I remember now that I did build like back in like 2008-ish, somewhere around like before the 2010s, when Gundam Seed and Seed Destiny came out. I actually built it was like the white Zaku-ish with like big ass side shields. Yeah, that's what I built. So it was, if you want to count the goof, then yeah, I built a Zaku. And if you want to count that thing from Gundam Seed Destiny, and then I've built that. But technically, for all intents and purposes, this is the first ever Zaku build I've ever done. So yeah, let me chug a bit of this Red Bull because I need it, and then we'll begin. Also, technically, this will be the last Gundam build for the month. Right? It's the 29th of August. So yeah, technically the last Gunpla build of the month, because I need to restore my backlog of Gunpla. And we do have a special guest, the build from last time. This is how I chose to display the Striker GNX in a weird ass GNX. Yeah. I'm still kind of hankering for an actual GNX. Not this amalgamation of whatever this is that I built, but you know, you win some and you lose some. So, box. I also remove like the plastic bands. There's no way that the actual model has like red vents, right? That's probably painted on. But yeah, pretty much it. So this is the last time you guys are probably gonna see the art box for today. Also, I hit my camera like yesterday. I'm not sure if that like affected the angle. I don't believe so. It still looks straight to me. I think we're okay, you know? I think we're okay. So yeah, let me just... Oh man. Chug this Red Bull down. And let's take a look at the runners. I am a little worried in terms of like nub marks, but I'm hoping that so there's like 3 blues that I see. There's a really dark blue, there's a navy blue, and then there's this like more closer to purple. I'm worried about the dark blue. The navy blue looks a little matted, so I'm not sure, but we have 1, 2, 3 bags of runners. A pretty sizable sticker sheet, but I think you can forgive these sticker sheets. To be honest, yeah, I think we could forgive these. Because like looking at them, it's like they're mostly like decals. And a few color corrections, like especially those big, like what seemingly looks like wraparound stickers, but we'll see. Because like looking at the Zaku itself, the police Zaku, it does have a few of these like banded areas, and I can kind of forgive. No, I can actually forgive that, because like yeah, you could technically mold a separate white piece for that, but like you know what I mean. Also, we have the standard Deeps tools for today, which is the God Hand, the straight end tweezers, the X-Acto knife, the different panel liners. I think we're gonna have to stick with black because of how dark the colors are for this build, so we'll see. I mean, I don't think we're gonna be using the gray, but you never know. We have the sanding files, but I don't know if it's gonna bring us any, if it's gonna, you know, bring us any benefit in terms of like my skill level already with it. So I don't know. Huh. All right. So let's just see how many runners we have here. Also, I don't know if you could tell, but it's kind of a mess today. I mean, my desk is always kind of a mess. It's always like 5 different versions of a mess. But today especially. Alright. This is Ranabi. Yeah, I think this one. The darker blue, not the navy blue. This is the navy blue runner. I think this has a higher chance of leaving a nub mark compared to this. Just from like how matte. It looks soft. The plastic feels and looks softer. So there's a... At least from my estimations, there's a chance that you won't have so much of an issue there. Runner G, alright. Yeah, this is the sticker sheet. It's hard to see because it's like all white. Here. I have like so many lights coming through. And also no nerd glasses today, just like before. But yeah, it's a pretty... Like, it's reasonable. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not mad at these stickers. Like, I like the police. I like the little... Whatever, right? And obviously, we're going to have to do 69. Actually, we can do 420. Or we can do 666. I don't know where those numbers go. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe we can do 666. Hail Satan. Okay. Runner A. Runner A, I think these are for the sirens. That's cool. Oh yeah, these are the vent things. Yeah, I haven't built I've built a goof before, but I haven't built a Zaku. Now that I'm like 100% sure now that I haven't built a Zaku, but I've built a goof when I was in college, university, however you want to call it. This is runner H. This is runner E. I'm wondering how many runners we have today. I'm not expecting. I mean, it doesn't look like we have too many runners. We already have like full-size runners. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3 full-size runners. We have F. Yeah, nothing too drastic. It looks like. Yep. Hey, Fruit, how you doing, buddy? Last Gundam build, Gunpla build for the month. Or for like the next few months, because I need to restock. We can go build Legos next month. Runner C. Actually, yeah, that is true. We should probably build some Legos, because I think okay, so I technically have a few Lego kits. I have the Nanotech Infinity Gauntlet, the one from Endgame. I have the Batmobile, and I have the Batwing. No, I have the Batmobile, and I have like a TIE Fighter. The problem with Legos compared to building these Gundams or different model kits is that the final product doesn't fit back inside the box. You know what I mean? Like, it would have been fine. I would have been okay building the TIE Fighter if I could just shove it back in its box. But I can't. It's like... Well, what am I gonna do now? You know? I'm gonna have to display it, and that's a problem. That's why I like procrastinated the creation of any like the building of any Lego kits that doesn't fit inside its original box. Cause well, how am I gonna do that? All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 runners. Only technically 4 full size runners, and then I mean, if you combine these two, like the C and E runners, this is like 1 full size runner, not even. So like we'll say it's full size though. Yeah, this is a pretty short build. Hopefully, I'm gonna yap because obviously, right? I don't know where these numbers go. I'm hoping that it goes like in a row, like 3 numbers can go in a row, so we can do 666 or 420. I'm kind of more partial to 666. Hail Satan. Not that I do, but, you know. Where do these numbers go? We'll see. We'll see where these numbers go. And it looks like there are no extra parts here. 666. If it only asks for 2 numbers, we'll do 69. But if it asks for 3 numbers, we'll do 666. That's how I'm going to hell. Alright. Okay. Okay. Where they? I'm trying to like look in advance where these numbers go. Anyways. Enough foreplay. Let's continue. And yeah, also the reason why I brought over the last build from the last week was because I only have one. This is the only other Gundam base that I have that's not being used, or a figure base. So we'll be using this figure base to mount this thing for as like a little final display thing, just like what we did with this guy. I liked how this guy turned out, to be honest. Of course, this is like my own weird version of the Striker GNX, but I like it. I like it. All right, let's proceed to give you what you need. All right. Yes, all I want to see, baby, show me. Baby, turn around and let me see that sexy body go boom, boom, boom. B2K. That's a 2000s boy band R&B group that nobody knows about, I think. Or nobody on Twitch probably knows about. With the singer Omarion. B2K. Let me drink my Red Bull. I think I should finish the Red Bull before it hits 5 p.m. Hold on. Is it weird that I think if Red Bull wasn't carbonated, it would be better? You know what I mean? I think Red Bull is carbonated because like they want us to not chug these. I don't know. Okay. Hold on. Let me finish the Red Bull. Okay. Now we'll do it. Now we'll continue. Or start rather. Okay. Okay. I got lost for like 5 seconds there. I was like, what am I doing? We're doing A, head, sticker. Okay. Pretty simplistic, it looks like. Again, this is my first Zaku build, if you don't count the goof, and if you don't count a no-grade Gundam Seed Destiny Zaku-ish thing, a white Zaku thing that I built. I don't remember what they were called in Gundam Seed Destiny. I just thought it was white. A8, A12. Here it is. I'm still kind of worried because of how blue this is, how the nub marks are going to appear, or if there will be any. But I'm hoping this shade of blue, the navy blue, won't have so much because it looks relatively soft. The darker blue, hopefully as well, but we'll see. Like, they all look relatively soft. So, here's the hoping. Alright, how are you guys doing today on this beautiful Friday or Saturday? Wherever you are in the world. Baby, turn around and let me see the sexy body boom, 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 boom. Okay, not so bad. So, I mean, okay, this was a bit... So I just cut over there. You can kind of see it, but there's not so bad of a nub mark. So yeah. Also, I have seen other like VTubers build like the GQX kits, like the Gundam kits, like the GQX and the red Gundam. Yeah, not much marks, not much of a nub mark. Don't mind my dry hands and calluses. It's standard. But I haven't seen anyone, or at least I didn't see anyone build the Zaku Police, which we are building right now. Which is kind of sad. Because frankly, this was like the first mobile suit that really stood out to me. In terms of like, just the kit itself. In that series. It wasn't so much the GQX. It was this and the red Gundam that I liked. But this one was on sale. Okay, the dark blue, or rather the navy blue, in terms of nub marks, is salvageable. Now, I'm guessing the reason why. Yeah, it's very salvageable. Like I literally just scratched off with my fingernail that edge over there. Like it's salvageable. But the reason why the nub marks are really big in this face, in this head, is probably because it'll get covered up anyways. But let me see if I can just clean this up a bit with a knife. And let me bring myself closer on camera, because I always have this problem where I sit too far from the table. Okay, yeah. Alright. So it is technically salvageable. Like it's not like it's not that bad. It could be worse. I think that's the lesson here, is it could be worse. Okay. Let me build this motherfucker. And let's see here. I like this, that they give you a little squiggly of like what direction the scuba cable, whatever this is called. Oh shit. Hold on. Is it just supposed to sit? I guess it's just supposed to sit, right? Ah, mother of God. Okay. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, so technically it's still kind of visible, that little nub mark. I'm not going to clean it up because like I don't want to sand it. But it does get covered up. So it's like, yeah, it's like they're okay. They're okay. Let me clean up the, speaking of, okay. Yeah, as I suspected, the dark blue is a pretty soft plastic. Like the knife was able to just cut it cleanly. Now again, it was a pretty small nub, barely noticeable to the naked eye. It was like right here on the second one. First one, second one. On the second connection, whatever. It was there. Okay. Baby, turn around and let see that sexy body go boom, boom, boom. Yeah, that's all I want to see. Also, was it last night? It was probably it was last Wednesday evening. I realized that the Thunderbolts movie came to Disney Plus, and I decided to rewatch it. And you know what? It's a really good movie. Like, I think, you know, people did say it was a good movie, and I did watch it in cinemas, and it was a good movie. But like it was actually really good. Like for a Marvel movie nowadays, I usually like have mediocre expectations, because I pay for a superhero flick, and I don't expect anything else other than like action. Like truth be told, I'm not like someone who's gonna be like, I need my heroes to be like 3-dimensional all the time. Like no, I mean, I'm fine with them being just like, you know, fuckheads is what I'm trying to say. But honestly, Thunderbolts was pretty, I don't want to use the term refreshing because that's like an overused term for these movies, but it was kind of like that. It was pretty refreshing, and like it felt, this is weird to say considering that I'm talking about a Marvel movie, it felt self-contained-ish, like with, if or like in a sense where like it didn't feel like it was building up for another movie, which is really important for these like Marvel flicks, because like everyone's always like, the next movie's like an advertisement for the future movie, or like the current movie's an advertisement for the next movie, and that's true to an extent. But with Thunderbolts, it felt like, okay, it's like one and done. Like, yeah, of course they were setting up for like Avengers Doomsday, or was it Secret World, the next Avengers movie, but that was like, but throughout the whole movie there wasn't like a hint of like there's a bigger bad guy out there. No, they were all just like, we gotta stop Bob the Void, and that was good. I like that. Was it a perfect movie? No, but it was good. It was a fun watch, and you know, I think that's the best we could ask for a superhero movie. Like I'm pretty brain dead of a viewer personally. Like I have no like strong feelings towards Transformers, for example, especially since like I grew up in the Bayformers era, and that's how I got introduced to Transformers. Because like, let's be honest, or at least I'll be honest here, before the Bayformer films came out in like 2009 8, 7, around those times. I only knew a little bit of the Transformers as a series and as a group of characters, because like there wasn't any real like push towards the Transformers or Transformers related media at the time. I know there were animes that were being aired in like Japan and stuff. And at the time, my mom's boyfriend, whenever like we'd meet him, or when I met him, he gave me like a toy of like, I think it was like Hot Shot from Transformers Energon, and then a few other Transformers Energon Armada Universe toys. But that's the only way I knew about Transformers before the Bayverse, and I wasn't really even sure what they were. I just knew they were robots who turned to cars. So when the Bayformers came out and I watched it, that was like my intro to Transformers. And then I watched G1. Actually, I watched Beast Wars. No. I watched Transformers the animated series first, and then Beast Wars, and then G1. And then I think that's where I stopped. But yeah, you know, I have no strong opinion of that Transformers needs to be whatever. You know, if you give me Linkin Park at the end of every Transformers movie, I wouldn't be mad. What? So, no, like, I'm not even joking. Like, I don't mind if like Optimus Prime suddenly commits a few crimes, you know? If it means stopping Megatron. But that said, I haven't watched Transformers 1, and I know I'm like a semi-Transformers fan, fake fan, compared to a lot of people, but you know. I have no excuse. I should probably watch Transformers 1, but you know, I don't mind just being in my little bubble. But you know, if Optimus Prime becomes a little psychotic, I'm fine with that. Especially after, you know, after they killed Ratchet and Jazz. See, when Megatron ripped Jazz apart, that's when I lost my mind. I was like, how dare you destroy Jazz? You want a piece of me, Megatron? No. And he rips him in like a tower or something. I'm not even sure if it was Chicago or New York they were in. I think they were in New York or something. And then Bumblebee lost his legs. Oh my god. It's traumatic. Also, this is a nice thing. It was also like this in the Goof, where like the mono eye, it's not straight, but there's a little tab here that you can manipulate to make it straight once everything is assembled. We'll do that once everything is assembled. I should probably wear my nerd glasses, huh? Let me go grab it. It's been a while since we've used the nerd glasses, but these are really small pieces for the head. So, can't be helped. Can't be helped. What I've done around myself, how become. Okay. Also, my hair is getting really long. Or not really long, but it's like medium length almost. So, and it's hot. So it's like slowly falling in front of my eyes. Slowly. Also, I recognize that the follower goal says 68 out of 69 followers, but the truth is we only have 67 followers. I don't know. I refreshed it. Twitch. Something wrong with Twitch. They're not refreshing it. They're inflating my numbers. But that's fine. That's fine. And then on tomorrow, hopefully, I don't know how close we are to finishing Batman Arkham City. That's what it was. I don't know how close we are to finishing Batman Arkham City. But we are gonna play a little bit more Batman Arkham City tomorrow, and I'm thinking it might be the final stream in terms of like the story progression. That's usually where I stop playing these games anyways. So I don't know. Because like the problem with trying to figure out where things end in Batman Arkham or like the Arkham games is like it's kind of hard to tell when how long a chapter lasts in Batman. All right, we have half ahead. And it's only been okay, it hasn't been 30 minutes yet, but we're making actually really good progress, okay? So Arkham City. I don't know how long we are, but I'm anticipating that tomorrow will be the finale. I'm thinking. I don't know if it will be. It might be. Also, I have an upcoming job interview. A final round. And you know how many rounds this motherfucking job interview had? 4 rounds. Yeah, 4 rounds. Jesus Christ. And I was like, and you know, if I do get this job, right, that means we'll have more money to spend on useless shit. But that means less time for streaming, but that's all right. It's a in-office job too, so thankfully it's Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, standard. But it's a bit of a commute for me. Not too bad, like 30 minutes. Not too bad, right? 30 minutes, not so bad. But I'm trying to I'll have to figure out how we want to proceed. I'm almost gonna say to give you what you need. With the streams, I definitely no problem with streaming on the weekends. So definitely Saturday and Sunday, as long as I have no prior commitments, like meeting my parents and stuff like that. But actually, you know what? The navy blue compared to the dark blue is more brittle, so the nub marks show a little bit more. But I'm anticipating these little, oh god, nubbed areas are hidden, or like they're properly gated away from like actually, yeah. But yeah, so there should be no problem with our streaming schedule for Saturday and Sunday. Potentially Friday, I'll be able to stream when I get back home. But the weekday streams, I definitely won't be able to stream during like the daytimes. But I don't know if I'll be able to stream at night. The problem with like these streams is like I don't feel good only streaming for like 2 hours. I feel like we have to cross the threshold of like 3 hours, and then like okay, we're good to end. Even though that doesn't mean shit. Because like most people, if they do hop into my streams, or if people do find my streams, it's usually within like the first 2 hours. Like we're usually 2 hours into something before people actually find it or hop on, because schedules and stuff like that. But we'll see. We shall see. A yap goal that's the 3 hours. The yap goal is 3 hours. Because the thing is, right, you guys probably noticed the engine needs to warm up for the first like 45 minutes. Words per minute. No, but the engine needs to warm up, you know what I mean? The engine needs sticker number 14. What the hell? The engine's gotta warm up. That's why it takes you like, words per minute. I'm like a fucking typing test. Alright, you need to hit like 75 words per minute, bitch. I see. Okay. Oh fuck. The problem is these pieces are super small, and I'm like trying to figure out. Hold on. Even with the magnification lenses, it's a bit hard to figure out where's where. Oh, that's fucked up. Oh, that's fucked up. Okay, so you're supposed to put like 2 white dots here and here. Hold on, if it'll focus. Yeah, on like the tips here and here. But the problem is there's no like indentation for it. So it's like purely freehand. Which, I mean, like to some people that's not bad. But to me that's very bad. Because I don't know. Where's where? I should probably have a yaps per minute, right? Like, how many topics can I mention and revisit? 50% of what I say has already been said before. Like some vague story I've already said before. I'm just gonna repeat. But yeah, if I do get this job, I have to bring this closer to myself. If I do get if I do receive this occupation, if I am permitted to have this job, our streaming schedule, I will have a more proper streaming schedule out of necessity. So it will definitely be like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. No, not Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm sorry. Saturday, Sunday, and maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday. How long are interviews supposed to be? It really depends on the job. So with most of the interviews I've been for the past few years, usually honestly, usually it's been like 3 interviews. This is the first time I had 4 interviews for a job. Like, Christ. But hold on. Okay, technically, hold on. I need to like. Okay, it's not lined up. All right, it's not lined up, but it'll have to do. It'll have to do. But technically, the job I have or I applied to right now has 3 interviews and 1 assessment. But typically, it is 2 or 3 interviews depending on the job. It's your recruiter, or usually internal or external recruiter that you meet. Second is with like a team lead, whoever is the team lead of the team you're joining, and then and then the third one is the final interview, which is someone higher up the ladder. So like the manager or maybe the director of like the organization that you're joining or whatever. And then after that, they decided they hire you or not. For this specific job that I've applied for, it was the internal recruiter, the HR guy. The second one was a more functional interview where they ask you random fucking questions, but it was with someone in the higher end team, right? Someone above like a team leader. So I was like, oh, okay. And then third, there was an assessment. And I did the assessment. So I was thinking like, okay, is this the last step? But no, there's a 4th step where it's like values interview. And I'm like, usually the values interview happens when you're with like the person who's like a director level, you know, higher than a team lead. So I'm like, fuck, I have to do this so many times. It's I guess the worst part of this all for me is that if this is like a 3-week process, right? This is a 3-week process. So I don't personally mind at all, but the fact is I have to go for a oh my god, this thing is kind of flimsy than like the snorkel. That's what I was looking for. That's the word. The snorkel. Snorkel's a bit flimsy. You might want to. So this snorkel piece here, like the mouthpiece for the snorkel, kind of gets loose a lot if you're not careful with how you touch things. So just be careful. Also, the nub marks, I didn't bother cleaning them up so much, but they're not super visible. The dark blue, the navy blue, isn't as like nub resistant as the darker blue here. That's on the snorkel hose. That's what it is. But it does the job right. All right, let me panel line this and we'll figure it out. Also, It's a bit tight, yeah. But yeah, see, the snorkel mouthpiece just fell. Because, like, every time you move this, the hose, it just... I can't find where the fucking mouthpiece fell. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Ah, shit. Where the fuck did it fall? God damn it. Oh, shit. Also, the interviews are like 30-45 minutes long, if you're asking that. Sometimes, if you yap a lot, or if the person who's interviewing you yaps a lot, it can be an hour. But yeah, man, it'll be good. You know what? For this, I think we don't need the nerd glasses anymore, cause like I think we don't have any more micro things for this anymore. So let me, cause like the problem with the nerd glasses is my depth perception gets fucked, especially when we're streaming. All right, what wheel? Also, what's kind of fucked up is like, so I've heard that people have like 2 multiple round interviews for something like they were applying to McDonald's, and for me it's like, are you serious? Like 2 rounds for McDonald's is like enough. If I have to do like 3 rounds for like, I just want to be like a fry cook or whatever, right? I'm not saying the job isn't a job worthwhile. I'm just saying that you technically do not need multiple interview rounds for like a McDonald's or like an AMC theater job. Frankly, I used to work in an AMC theater when I was like back in the day when I was still starting out. Actually, no, I was like 14 or something as like a summer job. And it was like literally just 1 round, and it's like, hey man, because like all you had to do was just concessionaire shit and then, you know, run the machines. So if you have to do multiple rounds, that's fucked up. Again, it's still a job worthwhile having, but like, really? That multiple interviews? Okay. So we're using the black because I don't believe the gray is gonna work out here. I don't think the gray is gonna work out here, so we're gonna let it dry and we're gonna erase. God, it's hot. God, it's hot. I'm gonna drink some Wawa. Oh my god. I'm coming out. I want the world to know. Okay. Alright, so that's the head with just a bit of panel lining. Not too bad. It's not too obvious. I guess it's the problem with darker shades of Gundam or Gunpla is that even if you try your best to kind of like add other frou-frou stuff like panel lining, it doesn't really matter. Because it's so like the plastic is so dark that it doesn't matter. I don't think we're gonna be using the sanding today, but we'll have it just in case. A17. And then B18. So the reason why I'm not using, so like sometimes the runners have like these little extended pegs that come out of the frame, so I can't use it to mount it to the railing that's on my runner holder here. So sometimes I have to use like a precarious method or precarious angle for it. It's bad. B18. Alright. This is just like a normal boot. Like that's just a normal sole. Oh my god. 18. 18? 18. Okay. Okay. I won't judge. Yeah, like sometimes it has like these little like pegs that stick out, so you can't really use it, but sometimes you can. I don't know. The one thing I'm sad about when I have a job, especially since it's Monday to Friday. This is such jobless comments. Unemployed bro getting is like, and I said this before, is that I won't be able to like avail of like AMC's Tuesdays, Wednesdays discounts at matinee prices. That's what I'm sad about, because that's how I kept up with the movies the last like 5 months. Is I've watched all of my movies at like matinee. It's like afternoon screening, I believe. Alright. Midday drinking. No. Technically, the AMC does have like a bar. I forgot what it's called. But like, yeah, no. A matinee. I would like hop in my car. I'd buy the tickets like the night before. It'll be like 50% off or something. Right? Because it's like Tuesdays, Wednesdays, 50% off. And then like matinee pricing's like usually, if the movie just came out, it's like $15. And then so it's like $7 or $8, and after tax maybe you're like $10. So yeah, I'd watch movies. And you know what's the worst part? I'm not the only one in the theater. That's like, I'm not the only adult in the theater. Sometimes there's like couples who are like in the middle of like, which movie was it? It was Weapons, which I watched like 2 weeks ago or something. I don't know. Like I watched Weapons. And it was like a 2:15 screening. And then there was just like a couple next to me. And I thought you two have jobs. And I'm also jobless. But you know what I mean? Don't you two have jobs to go to? And the worst part is I bought my tickets. Like for Weapons, I bought it like the week before. Where like there was no one who bought tickets in like the AMC's like seat picker. So I knew they sat next to me. I was like here, and then they picked the 2 seats here. And I'm like, in this whole ass empty theater, you two picked the seats so close to me. Like, couldn't you have sat like here, a few seats back? Hey, thank you for the raid, Hedge Base. Sorry, I was doing a rant about how when I get a job, because I'm currently unemployed, I'm gonna miss watching movies on AMC on during the afternoons for 50% price during Tuesdays and Wednesdays. That's it. It's probably the worst intro for someone. My name is Deeps, your #1 failed paranormal detective and Gunpla builder. Movie enthusiast, by the way. Thank you for the raid again, Hedge Base. Okay, how does this work? The best intro, just me ranting about this random couple who sat beside me while I watched Weapons like last week. They moved, by the way. But like, why did they buy the tickets? Why did they buy tickets for the seats that were so close to me? When I knew, or when they, like, I don't understand. Why did they do that? But they moved later on. Thank God. But man, when I get a job, I won't be able to watch movies anymore for half price. I'm so jobless. Hold on, I need to focus. How does this work? Okay. Jobless. You're jobless, homie, at like when 2 p.m. on Tuesdays. Hey, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, you guys. Feel good MDTV. Raid from the doctor. Are you an actual doctor? Thank you for the raid. And to everybody who's just joining, my name is Deeps, your number one failed paranormal detective. And today we're building the police Zaku. And I was just in the middle of a rant of how when I get a job, because I'm currently jobless like every detective, when I get a job, I'm going to lose the opportunity to watch movies at 50% pricing during Tuesdays and Wednesdays for AMC. He plays a real doctor in Filipino ka ba? Filipino pala pare ah. Your edge base. You heard it before, that's right. Alright, I think this is correct. So this is probably like a little shoulder piece. Alright, let's move on. Filipino telenovela. May bukas pa sa iyong buhay. Anyways, what did you guys do? To everybody who raid from both Hedge Base and from the dock, what did you guys do on your streams? How were your streams? I hope they were good. B28. IRL stream from Gundam Planet. What did they show off? I didn't know they were having a stream. What did they show off? Oh yeah, we also have 69 followers. Let's go. There's no special celebration going on for that, but thank you for the followers, you guys. Thank you. Thank you for all the follows. MGSD area. They show, okay, hold on. So I'm a big 00 fan. Did they show like the GN flag yet? Did they show out the G? I saw on Twitter that the GN flag is coming out, P Bandai, but I'm gonna buy the GN flag. Mark my words. All right, I will buy 2 boxes of those. Did they show it off? I hope they did, because I need it. I need it more than anyone. I will fight anybody so I can just have Graham Acres custom GN flag. I will stab a motherfucker if I have to. 28. 28? Oh, here it is. Yes. Yes, 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 Hedge Base, yes. Someone I saw on Twitter that they were gonna release a GN flag on Premium Bandai, and I swear to God, I've been waiting for one of those my whole life. All right, I am a 20-something year old man who first saw Gundam 00 when he was a teenager, all the boobies and shit, and I need that GN flag. More than anybody, all right? Sumiragi Lee Noriega, all that, I've seen it. All right, what's the crazy woman in 00, the red-haired crazy woman? I've seen her too. All right, now I don't care about them really. I just want Graham Acres HG GN flag custom. That's it. I've needed that so long, and the fact that they actually haven't released it is a crime. You know what I mean? It's a travesty. No worries, Doc. I'm gonna call you Doc, because Feel Good MD TV is kind of a mouthful. But again, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Salamat pare. Ingat ka dyan. I don't know where you're living, pero ingat pare. Palagi. At yeah, mag-ipon tayo ng pera. Mag-ipon tayo ng pera, bro. Kasi ang mahal ng kits. I've complained about this before. Not complained, but I mentioned this before, but we don't have... So I'm a Code Geass fan also. I'm kind of like the age group, right? Mid-20 something. Who's into like Gundams. Should also technically be into like Code Geass or Code Geass, however you want to pronounce it. But they don't have... No, they do. They do have model kits for Code Geass, but it's very limited, right? I know they have they released the Gawain last year as P Bandai, as like an actual model kit, and I'm not sure if they released like the was it the Gurren or something, the one Callan's Nightmare frame. I definitely know they released a Lancelot, the first version of the Lancelot. So yeah, I'd like for Bandai to release, where is it supposed to go, like high grade kits of the Code Geass Nightmare frames, because those were cool, especially like the first season ones, like before, you know, it became Lancelot Albion with like the wings of light. So I did have speaking of Lancelot Albion, I did own, and I still own it, but I live in the States, like I live in America right now. And I bought the Lancelot Albion, or it was gifted to me when I still lived in the Philippines when I was like in high school. But I owned the Robot Spirits Damashi, like the action figure, the figurine of like Lancelot Albion. And I remember like those green wings, like the beam effects, were like super thin and like plasticky, but like super brittle as well. So like those were my only interactions with anything Code Geass related in terms of like mech models. So I don't know if they have model kits of Code Geass Nightmare frames, and if they do, are they actually available? Because like living in America right now, unfortunately, it's gonna be much harder for me in terms of my wallet to purchase Japanese toys and model kits. So I don't know how my future is looking like in terms of that. Also, I'm a very slow builder. I hope you'll forgive me for that. I'm not gonna use the file. You know what? Let's just put this away. I'm not gonna sand. I'm not gonna sand today. Metal build. Oh, they had a metal. So was it a Lancelot Albion, or was it like the standard first version of like the Lancelot? They released 2. Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna bother cleaning up the nub marks for this kit too much, because like I also kind of want to see like how well they hide, or they engineered like the undergating, because right now it looks pretty good. Like the head wasn't so bad to build if my camera would focus. Don't mind my hands. I know they're dry and fucked up and they're callous, but it's fine. Yeah, the head's not so bad. I do still want to get the red Gundam from GQX. It was... I haven't seen the series yet, but it was the Zaku Police, or Police Zaku, and the red Gundam that I wanted. But, red Gundam's more expensive. This was on sale. Jeffy Bezos had this on sale. Alright. Lancelot Albion, the Albion and the Albion Zero. I don't actually know what the Albion Zero looks like. But I know what the Albion looks like. Okay, what's wrong? What the hell? Okay. Hold on. It's a bit of finagling with this shoulder piece. I'm not sure if... No, I'm not... I'm not wrong. Here it is. Okay. Okay, pretty boy. Alright, so... How long has it been? It's been an hour. She. Hold on. Am I... Okay, hold on. The nub mark's a little bit too extreme. I'm gonna try to clean it up. Aftermarket. I don't want to pay aftermarket prices. I'll just pray. I'll just pray that they re-release it as P Bandai. I'll just pray that they release whatever it is on P Bandai, like in 50 years or so. When I'm like in a nursing home, and I'm like, I gotta use my pension to buy more toys. I'm just using my nail to scratch off the nub marks. I know that's like, it's kind of ghetto. I'm not gonna lie, but we're gonna do that because I don't want to sand. I'm so lazy. Yeah, it's not so bad. So the nub marks are not so bad in this kit. If you put a little bit more effort than me, you can probably clear it out. But we'll see. I have no experience with metal builds. So to anybody here in chat who does, how is it? Because like personally, I'm not entranced by it enough to spend like the hundreds of dollars that it's worth for the metal builds. Like honestly, like I know like the idea is cool to have like a metal build, but it's like there was one kit, I think it was the Gundam Exia R4, the one that I think Graham Acre pilots, that I was interested in, but it was also like 200 plus, and that was a metal build of the Exia, and I was like, okay, I'm not like loaded with cash, so I shouldn't buy this. And I didn't. But if there was any kit that I was like entranced to buy as a metal build, it'd be that. But other than that, I was good. I was good. What am I looking at? A2. Sorry. I got lost in thought. Because like metal builds, you don't have to cut them, right, from a runner. Like you just have to assemble them. I'm making a lot of assumptions with metal builds. I haven't like actually looked into them out of the budget. Okay. So far so good. Honestly, okay, it's been an hour. I've been yapping too much about AMC tickets. And not being able to afford a metal build, but so far so good in terms of this kit. Again, if you do apply a little bit of sanding, if you're good at, I'm not good at sanding, that's also why I'm avoiding it, but I think if you apply a little bit of sanding, this kit's pretty good. You can put a little bit of panel line, but as we've seen with this, it doesn't really do much. Like a little bit of black, maybe, if it'll focus. Up. Is enough, but it's like, yeah. I think it's a good straight build. Like if you just cut and build, like essentially what I'm doing. If you just cut and build, you're good. But yeah, kind of happy I picked this. I wasn't too in love with the GQX design for some reason, but but I do want the red Gundam. I'll buy one someday, don't worry, and we'll build it on stream. Okay, so there's a few nub marks here. Like this one's a bit intense. Let me see where this goes. Okay, there's a few nub marks here. It's a bit intense. So there's one right at the bottom, but in the back we got two big ones. So I'm trying to see where everything fits. Because I feel like if I sand, I'm not proficient in sanding enough to where if I sand the nub marks, it'll look better. I feel like it'll look worse. Okay. I'll try to sand. Fuck it. Fuck it, we're sanding. I know these are files. Thank you for the follow. I know these are files, but we're gonna file. I don't care. we're gonna try to sand. God help my soul. I know I said earlier in the stream that like, oh my god, I think the darker blue is a softer plastic, so we won't have a lot of nub marks, but I was wrong. I was wrong. So I'm gonna try to figure this out, is what I'm gonna do. So we're gonna be here for a while, kids. Any questions? Thank you for the follow. Any questions, kids? Any questions for good old Deeps? Oh, and also this is to the people who just got here. This is technically Striker GNX. We built this last week, but I kind of just made it my own. Because if you actually build the Striker GNX, it doesn't have a GN drive normally, and this is an extra shield. But yeah, this is Striker GNX. He's here as a special guest. Oh god, I dropped his beam saber. You know what's fucked up? Okay, so we have Striker GNX, right? And this guy came with 2 beam saber effects. But for some reason, it's show and tell. But for some reason, don't mind if he's dusty, Exia didn't come with any beam saber effect parts. Like this is Exia R2, GN Blade 2. For some reason, Bandai didn't give us like beam saber effects. I removed the beam sabers, like the handles, the hilts from this kit because like it was really loose, and this was displayed on my PC. But yeah, they gave us 2 for Striker GNX, but none for XCR2. They did give like a fully molded white plastic beam saber with like the lightsaber part, the beam part, but you'd have to paint it, and God knows I'm not painting. Okay, that's enough show and tell. You guys want to see Kabuto? No, you don't have to. You don't have, I have to. We have to do this. I have to do this. So how are you guys doing on this fine Friday or Saturday, depending on where you are in the world? Okay. This nub mark is a little too deep. Okay. So we are trying to like get rid of that nub mark here. That thicker nub mark. But it's a little too deep. Like I may have bruised the plastic just a bit too much when I cut the plastic. It's okay. I can live with this. It's fine. We make mistakes. I don't learn from them, but I make them. Book it. You know what, Hedgebase? That's not. I have a buddy who lives in Japan. I went to high school with him. Story time. I went to high school with him. He's doing pretty well for himself, but he's always like, Deeps, you know, you should come visit Japan while it's still cheap for the American dollar. And I'm like, you know what? You're absolutely right, my brother. You know, I should visit Japan. I still haven't. But it's looking like I should probably visit sooner rather than later. Especially if I want to continue this little fine hobby of ours of Gunpla building. Because it'll be cheaper for me to buy any kit if I just book a ticket to Japan, get extra luggage, and then just, you know, do my vacation and then buy the kits there. Sure, it's gonna cost a little bit more in terms of like I'm actually doing a vacation, but in the long run, I'll have accomplished multiple goals, buying multiple kits and visiting Japan. I've never been to Japan, but I want to. Okay, so I concede we will sand because it is possible to clean them up. Don't mind the scratch. Don't mind the scratches. It is possible to clean it up. So we will sand. It's just gonna take us a lot of time. But I did chug a Red Bull. I'm trying to pick up a nub. I did chug a Red Bull, so we'll be here for 8 hours. I'll be here. I'll be here for 8 hours. Mandaraka is about 35 to 40k yen for a P Bandai kit. Yeah, it's not too bad. Also, the other thing that if you buy from P Bandai and you live in the States, the one thing that kills me is always the shipping. It's not like the actual... Okay, make no mistake. P Bandai kits are expensive. Like, they're overpriced, right? Like, but that's just how it is. Because it's like a one-off kit, and then whatever reason they want to shoot at us. But 17. But the shipping for me is like another $10. And when you're spending like, let's say you buy the real grade Sword Impulse that they have on stock for P Bandai, which is, I'm assuming it was like probably $35, $40 or something. And then when you add the shipping and then the taxes for your state, which could be like 9%, you're spending approximately almost $70. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of high grades. That's a lot of real grades depending on what real grade you're buying. So my biggest complaint with P Bandai is it's more to do with their shipping. Again, I am spoiled by Jeffy Bezos's damn free shipping on Amazon Prime. Oh my god, the tariff, dude! Don't remind me. I heard that what was that? I heard that Japan Air or whatever their courier is, like the mailing service, Japanese businesses use, has stopped all shipments to the US for like starting soon or something like that. Which is like, oh my god. Why is this happening? Yeah, they stopped shipping, which is like, oh. Yikes. How am I gonna afford my kits? My toys? How am I gonna afford my toys, guys? My Japanese plastic toys. Alright. This is, okay. I haven't had a construction of like this for a torso in a while, or for like a waist. This is cool. It's kind of refreshing to build one of these newer kits, especially coming from like, technically the Striker GNX is a newer kit, but it's from Build Fighters 2019, so it's still relatively new. But this one heavily uses a lot of polycaps. I kind of have a love-hate relationship with polycaps, but it's kind of refreshing coming to like a newer kit that doesn't heavily rely on polycaps. Like, you're building out each joint, which is cool. And I should stop talking. I should actually start building more. You live in Thailand. Thai posts? Oh my god. Am I gonna have to... Okay, so we've established I'm Filipino, right? And there was a time where the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration of the US, had a ban on certain Filipino food groups, which were bagoong, which is like this preserved shrimp or fish paste, depending on where you're from and how it's made, and then banana ketchup, and then like, yeah, they were banned. Those two very essential ingredients to Filipino cooking were banned. So my mom and I, when we found out the news that they were banning banana ketchup in bagoong, we were all like, okay, we're gonna panic buy. So we bought like three, like 3 cans or like glass jars of bagoong and like one extra. Because we don't really consume banana ketchup, but we definitely consume bagoong. And then one random banana ketchup bottle. And then they just lifted the ban. So what I'm trying to say is, should I also start panic buying for Thai products if the Thai Post stops shipping to the US? God damn it. That's fucked up. Alright. We're gonna panel line. We're going to clean up the nub marks here, because we've established that it's okay. I know technically these files shouldn't be used. Initially, you should proper sanding technique is get the sanding paper, sand it, and then use the files to like polish it. We're not here to do proper sanding or building techniques. But you know what? Just using the files straight up works out, you know? I should just warn people, don't expect proper building techniques from me. I should probably enter with that, huh? Yeah. Okay, I need to be a bit more aggressive here. Give me a second. What else did they announce in the Gundam Planets live stream? Any double O stuff? That's all I care about, unfortunately. Actually, no, that's a lie. I also care about Wings stuff and Gundam a little bit of Gundam Seed I do give a damn about. But there's just been so many Gundam Wings stuff the last 5 years, I want to say, that I'm like, maybe we should give the other series a shot. By other series, I mean double O. No. I know they released like a special coloration for, I think it was a master grade or maybe it was a metal build of the Wing Zero, and it was in the colors of, what was the Code Geass? Anybody who's watched Code Geass, what was the name of Lelouch's second nightmare frame that appeared in season 2? The one that was built off of one of Gawain's shoulder cannons. It started with an S. I forgot what it was. She something. I could Google it. Hold on. After I file off the ugliness. All right. See, from afar it looks fine. That's all that matters. I mean, yeah, you can kind of see I scratched up the piece. And yeah, I may have fucked it up too much, but it's fine. It's fine. From afar, it looks good. It's fine. All right, so that took me 15 minutes. Okay. F1. Yeah, a nightmare frame. This is an F. Shinkiro, it was, yes. Yeah. That's the one. That was Lelouch's second nightmare frame that was built out of like, because Gawain exploded, right? spoilers. Gawain exploded during the end of like season 1 for Code Geass, if I remember correctly. But they were able to salvage like one of the shoulders. Runner F is done. Runner F is done. They were able to salvage one of the shoulder cannons of Gawain, and then they converted that into Shinkiro. If I'm not sure if I'm accurate on that, I believe I am. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what happened. I believe. Nobody really talks about Gundam, Code Geass anymore. To be honest, I do know that there was a sequel last year. That was like Lelouch of the Rebellion. No, it was Lelouch of the Revival, I think, or Resurrection of Lelouch, or something like that. They released like new content for Code Geass. That was like a direct sequel to the main series, but nobody cared, or like nobody talks about it. And to be honest, I had no interest as well. And I used to be a big Code Geass fan. I played the PSP visual novel. Speaking of old, I played the PSP visual novel of Code Geass, where you play as like this. I don't remember which character. You don't play a character. It's like a self-insert character, and you're given like an alternate version of like the Lancelot nightmare frame. But it's like instead of yellow or gold and white, it's blue and white. The details are like the highlights are blue. And you can romance. Hold on. You can romance the different characters from Code Geass. You can romance CC. You can romance Cal. I think you can even romance Suzaku. You can even romance the guys. But here's the catch. There was no English translation for that game. So I had to rely on like a fan translation on like a game facts or like a weird ass like forum to tell me what lines I was in. And I was like, okay, this is the answer I want to pick. But essentially, that's how big of a Code Geass fan I was when I was a youngin', okay? I played an untranslated version of a visual novel on the PSP that I procured the game through various means that may have not been so legal at the time. But I was a big fan of the property. If you're gonna ask who I romanced, I romanced Millie, who was the student the blonde student council president of the school that Lelouch and everyone went to. She was a baddie. Alright. It's enough. I don't know. Oh god. But yeah, nobody really talks about Code Geass anymore. You know? And I feel like we should. It was a pioneer. It was in a lot of people's anime lists of like the top animes. Because, you know, story was great. The message was edgy and cool at the time. Getting old. I'm just trying to remember what year that was that I played that visual novel. I want to say it was like 2000, because Code Geass came out like 2000, like before the 2010s. So that game came out like, or I played it like around 2013-ish. You youngins wouldn't know anything about having to illegally download a PSP visual novel in Japanese. There was the nice thing. Okay, there was another thing though that was untranslated but was completely playable on the PSP. It was the Gundam Seed game. I forgot what it was called. It was just called Gundam Seed something, and it was basically you. It was basically similar to like Armored Core, or like Super Battle Wars, where you would reenact fights from the anime in the game, and that was cool because you technically didn't need any translation for it. Okay, hold on. So this F piece, so what I was scratching earlier was just like this side, and that side of the this F piece. But that was a cool game. I can't remember what it was called. It was called Gundam Seed something. But it was definitely only Gundam Seed, not Gundam Seed, or not Gundam Seed Destiny. Yeah, they did have a sequel, I think, of that game series. But yeah, it was just Gundam Seed. And my favorite Gundam to use in that PSP game, it was fully in Japanese, but you could still play it. My favorite Gundam to use was the Blitz, because if you know anything about the Blitz, it can turn invisible, but your enemies can still see you. I used to pirate my visual novels. I've only played a few visual novels in my life, because back in the day, right? Back in the day, you had to be a high-level weeb to truly be into visual novels. Like, you had to be a high-level weeb. Hold on. Is this? Oh, okay. Take a look at this. Okay, so there's a little bit of an ab crunch here. That's really cool. So, a little bit of a movement here, but you can overextend it. And then, oops. And then take it out. But basically, that's pretty cool. Hold on, I fucked up. Okay, here's the thing. I'm a weebs, yeah. I consider myself, alright? I'm like I consider myself a retired weeb. Truthfully. Like, the last anime that I, like, fully watched, like from start to finish, was a little known anime called Monster Girl Doctor. And that was a few years. That was, I want to say that was like 4 years back now or something. But that's the last anime I fully like that came out, that I caught week per week, and I finished. Make no mistake though, I still know like My Dress Up Darling. I still know all the stuff that's coming out, because I used to, I still kind of read a bit of manga through various means. Some may be under the table, but I used to be a really big weeb. I used to read like light novels of like fan translations for animes that didn't get like second seasons or didn't get like a third season. One of them was Infinite Stratos. Alright? You can't, I don't know, if you're under the age of like 18, you probably don't know Infinite Stratos. If you do, I applaud you, because that it was a shit series, but Infinite Stratos was kind of shitty, but it was also very good. Why am I admitting that I read the Infinite Strat? Anyways. So, you know, I've been in the game for a while. I just haven't been watching the newer stuff, you know? I did read Demon Slayer. The ending was weird. Honestly, the ending for the Demon Slayer was weird. But I haven't caught, like, any of the episodes. Because I don't know, man. I am technically Gen Z. Make no mistake. I'm not that unk. I'm technically, I am an unk, but I'm technically still Gen Z. Trying to hold on to my youth like I'm holding on to my hair. No, it's fine. It'll grow back. I'll go to Turkey, you see. I'll get a hair transplant. Let me see if I can just scratch off a bit of the nubs here. But, you know, I've been around the game. you know? But I haven't been active anymore. I'm like semi-retired for being a weeb. I can still come out of retirement. You know what I mean? Like I'm like I'm like Justin Bieber. He technically retired like years ago, but he came back with a new album. See, I could do that. I could come back with a new anime series. All right? Or maybe if Monster Girl Doctor comes out with a 3rd season, I'll watch it. How many hours? Oh my god, it hasn't been 2 hours yet and I'm already hitting like a madness. Oh my god. This must be a new record for me going insane. It's fine. This happens. But yeah, Infinite Stratos was... Well, I loved Infinite Stratos, I'm not gonna lie. Look, you laugh. You laugh, but when Monster Girl Doctor came out, I was like, this is peak. Thank you for dropping by, Hedgebase, and thank you for the raid earlier. I appreciate you, my man. Stay safe and stay safe from the monster girls, I guess. Okay, so technically we're supposed to put a sticker over here in the complete center of it all, but unfortunately there's no markings or indicator of where to specifically place it. There's no like indentations, so we're just gonna have to figure this out. Number 12. Okay, so it's supposed to be at the center of this little tip. So let me see if I can get that. Alright. I kinda got it. Ish. It's not very centered, but I'm not very good at that. Yeah. Hold on. You know what? I can live with this. Can I? No, I can't live with this because I applied it the wrong way down. Shit. Shit. You know what? We're gonna have to live with it. So, just to let you know what I fucked up is... Hold on. You see that, like... You see, like, over here? Over yonder? Like, the edge is sticking out a little bit more than this side. This tip is supposed to be the one facing northwards. So, when you do build this kit, remember that. Don't be like me. Don't be a dumbass and just start placing things thinking it's symmetrical. It's not. But that's okay. I make these mistakes so you don't have to. That's my excuse. That's my excuse for these builds, is that I make the mistakes so you don't have to. B19. Let's see here. Okay. I could probably just... Yeah, okay. Thankfully, most of the plastic here is like soft enough where if you just scratch it a little bit with your nail, you can kind of get the nub mark off. Some of them are a bit tricky though. Like, I don't even want to use my knife for this one because like there's technically... I'm not sure if you can see it, but on the left thing there is a nub mark, and I don't want to sand it. I don't want to sand that because it's like it's so close to the tip that I feel like I'll take out more material than I probably should. So we're just gonna leave it. Yeah, we're just gonna leave that. And then A19. Here it is. Everyone doing okay? You guys alright? Just gotta make sure. Let me know if you guys have any questions, violent reactions. I won't be able to solve them, but I'd like to know. Should I just talk about movies? Okay. Okay, dope. So, we're pretty much close to done with the torso. No, we're not. We're still on the first page. God forgive me. Alright, how does this go here? Oh, that's interesting. So I've never I've never had an experience where like you slot in a piece in an angled way. Like, hold on, like that. That's, I guess, I don't know, maybe this is standard for Zaku's, but technically this is the first Zaku I've made. Again, if you want to count the goof as a Zaku, then I've built a Zaku. If you want to count an old, no-grade Gundam Seed, the white Zaku thing that Izak pilots as a Zaku, then I've built a Zaku in the past. But this is my first Zaku that I've consciously built. In my 20-odd years, on and off, not continuous, 20-odd years of doing this hobby. If you're gonna wonder why my skill level is at this level, don't. I'm not a very good builder. I talk too much, don't I? It's been 2 hours. Oh no, it's an hour and a half. We're fine. Pace is good. Yeah, I was never really in love with the Zaku's design. I like the police Zaku because it looks different, and you'll see how different it is once we finish. If we finish, we will finish. We will finish. But the police Zaku's silhouette is different from the regular Zaku's. I was never really in love with the Zaku 2's design, which is why I never really built it. The goof was different because it had like that little worm-looking whip, the heat whip or whatever it is. So I thought that was cool. But as far as designs go, I'm not really a big Zaku guy. I much prefer the Zaku 1 with its like duckbill face compared to like the Zaku 2's scuba diver looking scuba face. That's not to say it's a bad design. I just don't like it so much. Does it just... Hold on. I guess it just hangs here until we close it. Okay. Alright. Alright, that's cool. Hold on. It's a bit loose right now, but I think once we seal it, we should be okay. Because obviously there's going to be a little cap piece that covers this. Yeah. It is loose right now, so it's a bit annoying when you place it down. So I'm just gonna put it sideways. And then 822. Okay. Maybe I'm wondering if this doesn't get covered. So I'm gonna try to clean up the nubs a little bit. Hopefully we don't have to sand these bad boys. We'll see. Yeah, like using the X-Acto knife is fine compared to sanding, but you can definitely like take more material than you should. Just like sanding, so let's see if I can clean this up without taking too much. Someone once told me that the average high-grade build time is like 3 hours. But if you look at my streams, they're like 5 for me. I can't shut up. Okay. This one's okay. I don't think I needed to like sand it, to be honest. Alright, that's fine. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Okay. So, at least now it's kind of capped from the back. The front's still kind of squiggly. But it's fine here at the front. That's a really cool back. I'm sure it's going to get covered, but I like that. That's cool. And then A9. Hey, Cheerio. Thank you for dropping by, brother. It's the first Zaku build ever. I mean, okay. Again, if you don't count the goof and if you don't count Izak's Zaku thing from Gundam Seed, this is my first Zaku that I've consciously built. Alright. This should be fine. Popo Zaku, the police Zaku. Yeah. I thought, so, I know it says police Zaku and it says there up above my head, police Zaku. But for some reason in my mind, I always think it was Zaku police. I don't know. I feel like Zaku police sounds nicer, you know? Okay. Did I get the right part? Okay, I did. Okay, hold on. Okay, so you kind of have to like line everything up. Is it supposed to like click? Or is it just supposed to hold? I didn't, hold on. This might explode. Okay. Showed up for an episode and got its own kit. It is the only Zaku, I bet. I haven't seen the series, so I don't know. So I'm a bit weirded out. So it's sticking out a little bit, right? Like I thought it was gonna be a little bit more flush, but I guess that's it. I thought this like blue part was gonna be a little bit more flush, but it's as far as it goes, so I think we're okay. I think. Usually I'm used to like a hefty click, but first Zaku. I should probably build a Zaku 1, right? If I can find. Oh yeah, runner runner G is done. That's what I threw on the ground. If I could probably find like Char's Zaku 1, I'd probably buy it, and then I'll build it on stream as per usual. But yeah, not too enthusiastic about Zaku's, but I hope your Zaku build goes well, my friend. I mean, right now our Zaku build's going fine. You know, I think we're doing okay. Personally speaking, I think we're all right. But I hope whatever builds you guys have in the future goes well and is fantastic. Although if you build something like the RG, Sinanju, or the Zeta, then I can't. Those hand grenades are beyond my controls. Beyond my well wishes. They will die on you. I think we're okay. I'm not going to clean these up. I say that, but I'll probably regret not cleaning up these nub marks. But it's okay. We always have regrets in life. Okay. Oh, the pink concept. Actually, that reminds me, wasn't there a Hatsune? It's completely unrelated, but it's still a Zaku. Wasn't there a Hatsune Miku Zaku that came out? I'd want that. Just because it's Hatsune Miku. No other reason. But like again, I don't live in an area that has Gundam bases, so unfortunate. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. Okay, I'm gonna push my luck because there's technically some. No, come on, yeah, there's technically some nub marks. I'll scratch a few off. I was gonna say I'm gonna push my luck and not scratch them off or not sand them off, but let me see if I can at least try to get it out of the way. It's just a rumor. You know, that's fine. That's fine. You can at least, you know, pick up some other kits that may interest you while you're there, right? Oh, actually, I do have a question for the general audience. It's not Weeb related. It's not Gundam related. It's movie related. I saw the trailer for the upcoming Stephen King film or adaptation of a Stephen King novel called The Long Walk or something. What the fuck is that movie about? I haven't read the book. So I don't know. But it kind of intrigues me. But so if anybody knows anything about the plot, just a little bit, and if you say it's a good book, I might just go and watch the movie. Maybe one of these days in the cinemas, because I need a movie to watch in the cinema, because I like going to the movies. I will be watching the new Tron when it comes out, I know it's Mr. Jared Leto. People don't like Jared Leto. 30 Seconds to Mars. Of 30 Seconds to Mars fame and other things. But I was a big Tron Legacy fan when I was a kid. Watching it. Okay, so it is the sanding, by the way, for the nub marks here, where it was kind of easy. I didn't want to overdo it because I might take off more plastic than necessary, but you can scratch it off. Watch the Roses. I don't know what that is, but I will watch Tron. Tron Ares. Ah. I haven't watched a comedy movie in years, truthfully. Believe it or not, the last one that I saw in theaters was The Hangover 3. And that was a long time ago. Yeah, right. That was like 2017, The Hangover 3. That was like the last comedy movie I saw in the cinemas or the theaters. Starring Zach Galifianakis, Bradley Cooper, and Ed. Oh my god, what was his name? What was his last name? Ed something. The Eternals. I'm gonna okay. I didn't hate the Eternals. It was just too okay. You're talking about the Marvels Eternals movie, right? Okay. I'm not gonna defend the Eternals, but I'm also not gonna say it was the worst thing I ever saw. I will say though it was too damn long for its own good, and I think just like with Zack Snyder's Justice League, it should have been a series. There were too many characters. You had Angelina Jolie out of nowhere. There were too many characters in the Eternals. Too little time to develop all of them. And it was just kind of a mess. Okay, speaking of a mess, I think I've made a mess here. Oh. Okay, so like there's these little pegs, right, that stick out, and you're supposed to align them to these little like tabs. And it looks like it's a one and done job. You have to make sure to do it right. Okay. That's cool. Okay, so there's a little bit of like armor plate shifting, whatever you want to call this, like pivoting with like the inner shoulder piece. That's cool. Are all GQX kits like this? Probably. Yeah, that's cool. I like these. I always like when Bandai has like high grades that are like over engineered. Yeah, sure, it'll take me longer to build, but to see like the various parts separation and stuff like that's cool. All right, we're done with page 1. We're done with page 1, kids. Record time, 1 hour 50 minutes. Record time, baby. All right, let me panel line this. Let me record time, baby. To those who are new to my streams, especially the Gunpla building streams, it is normal for me to take this long. This is standard. This is the standard. This is the way. This is the Deep's way. I'm sorry. I hope you weren't expecting someone to speed build and be quiet. Oh boy. That is not who we are. Earlier, Fruit was like, "Oh, do you have a words per minute you have to hit per stream?" Yeah, probably now I do. Yeah, I probably do have a words per minute that I'm trying to hit. Like a college essay. Shit. That's right. That's right. Words. That's right. That's right. That's right. If I was fast in building, shit, bro. Like, I'd be able to build like 7 kits in a week. It was a miracle that we were able to build master grade Nodle in 8 hours. Like, that was actually like a miracle for me to do that. I did shut up stretching content to the max. Exactly. This kit is $23. All right, we're gonna get. If I can scratch like at least $4 an hour, we're gonna six. We're gonna be $6. We're gonna be 6-hour streams. All right. Nodle was a Christmas miracle for my channel. In terms of just like speed of the kit, like the build, it's just exactly, dude. Every scratch is. I thought about like, okay, what can I talk about? Have I talked about this topic? Doesn't matter. We're gonna keep talking about it. You know, I repeat everything that I say. Sometimes the stories change. The stories change halfway. It's like, what were they talking about? Who cares? Nobody cares. I'll just talk about whatever. It'll be fine. Also, okay. This is actually a serious thing I'm gonna bring up now. You know, a serious time. I'm running out of Gunpla to build. Okay, wait. We alluded to this earlier in the stream, but I'm running out of Gunpla to build. This is my last Gunpla that I have in my backlog, which is the Pluton. This is the last Gunpla I have in my backlog. So we're gonna after this is the last build stream for like the next few weeks, cause for Gundams, because I don't have another kit after this, and since this was P Bandai, I kind of want to savor it a little bit, and I'm scared because this is a full black kit, and the nub marks are gonna be, oh goodness gracious, I'm gonna lose my mind. But what was I saying? But we will be building Legos. I don't know which one, but we'll be transitioning to doing a few Lego kits, maybe one or two, maybe just one or two in the next couple of weeks if we do a build stream, as I build out my backlog again. So if you guys have any recommendations in terms of, I want to say high grade kits or simple master grade kits that you guys want me to build, let me know. You can tweet it at me. You can just comment it and I'll try to remember it. But yeah, nothing expensive. I'm still broke as hell, so yeah. If you guys want me to build anything specific, let me know, because I'm open to kits as long as they don't cost an arm and a testicle. Not much cleanup really. I was just filling in the spots with black ink. A few of like, yeah, nothing too much for panel lining. Okay, let's move on to arms. So let me know if you guys have any recommendations for Gundams or Zoids. If you guys are into Zoids as well, let me know. Zoids are a bit harder to find, or at least harder to source, and they're more expensive. But I am open to building a few Zoids. Blade Liger, Shield Liger, Liger Zero, Geno Sword, Geno Breaker, the standard stuff. I had to drink some water. Okay. Let's continue, shall we? A, B, C, D. Michael's. Labor Day. Oh, God. I don't really have a Michael's close to me. There is one by my parents, but I don't know when's the next time I'm gonna visit them. But maybe, oh God, maybe if I do, I'll drop by just to see if I can find anything. Okay. So the reason why I said high grades and master grades and not real grades that I want to build or open to building on stream is because I like real grades. Make no mistake, they're most, if not, okay, most, I was gonna say if not all, but I just remembered Sinanju and Zeta. But most real grades are really good. But the thing is, I want to avoid using my nerd glasses, my magnification glasses, because they fuck up with my depth perception. So I haven't been using it, so I don't want to do that. Because, like, again, real grades can get really finicky in terms of, like, small parts. And you've seen me, like, finagle tiny pieces. So I'm trying to avoid them. But if there's a real grade that I do want, I guess... You know what? There is one real grade that I do want. The real grade Gundam, Wing Gundam. Like, the revised Wing Gundam. That was really cool. I'm open to building that. B29. It's gonna 3 streams. Yeah, probably. It's probably gonna take me 3 streams to build a real grade. I'm not even gonna deny that. It took me 3 streams to build master grade Dynamis, right? Dynamis was like easy. Is it releasing something? The real grade Wing isn't out yet? Interesting. The revised Wing Gundam real grade isn't out yet. Huh. That's it. I thought it was like last year. Or was it just announced last year? Huh. Okay. I guess we're not building that anytime soon. But that's a real grade I'm open to. I mean, I have built real grades in the past. I've built the Gundam Mark II. And then I've built the Impulse, the Force Impulse. That was really cool. The Force Impulse was killer. But that took me 2 days off stream. Back before I streamed. It took me 2 days to build that. That was just me watching Netflix. If I have to stream, the Yap demon is gonna take over, and it's gonna take me like 3 hours to get through one arm of a real grade. Especially with like the finicky pieces, like the smaller pieces. But again, I love real grades. If you don't have space, but you want to build a really good kit, but you don't want to build a high grade, real grades are always good. What the hell am I doing here? Huh? Like this? Like that? Oh, okay. So I got a bit... 3 hours to read the intro. 3 hours to get out of just introducing myself. Okay, so there's a little bit of like an L-shaped hole you can see here, or like this really big hole, and the piece has like an L shape. Come on, yeah, it has like a bit of an L shape to it, so it just goes through there, like that. That's cool. It was a bit confusing looking at it from the instruction manual, but that's cool. And then B23. Forever ever? But yeah, I would be more open to building a master grade on stream just because the parts are bigger. Most intricate? I don't know actually. Because like all the builds that I've done, I would consider them like easy. Like, yeah, I don't think I've built something like that I could categorize as intricate. Simply because like I think everything that I've built of recent times has been super easy. Like I can look behind me. So we did from the high grades. These are all high grades. Is including the ones I didn't do on stream. I did Moon, Gundam EX, Sandrock, RX-78, but it was a black and orange version. I've done Raphael, Ailstrike, Ariel, Striker GNX, Exia R2, and the McGillis Greys. That's of recent times. And most of those have been seen on stream. But they're all easy. Like even like the Master Grades, I've built two. Two on stream, one off stream. I've built the Verka Wing. I've built Dynamis, and I've built the Nadle. Still relatively easy. Nothing too like intricate. Like it's I guess I'm not here for a challenge when I'm building, and I don't look for it. But I do know like some kits can be really intricate, especially with detail. But yeah, these are all like simple, like one and done. You don't really have to think about them. Okay. All right. That's cool. I think it was the Verka EW wing. This was in college. All I remember was that, yeah, whichever I think it was the Verka Endless Waltz. I think. It wasn't, okay. All I know is that it was the typical wing and not the wing 0. That's 21. But yeah, I've never built anything that's like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, this is a hard kit. And I always just pick out a Gundam, or I always pick out kits that I think are cool, or that I have like emotional attachment to. Thus, the multiple Gundam 00 kits that we've built on stream. But, yeah, nothing much. I am excited for the high grade GNX. Oh, no. GN flag when it comes out. Hopefully it comes out. And I will spend the money on it. Miku and Wing. You know what? I'm not too in love with like Gundam Wing. Like I like Gundam Wing, make no mistake. But I'm not like super big of a fan. I grew up. That was like the first Gundam series I watched, but I don't know. I'm not too entranced by it. There was that there was that Wing 0 with the colors of Code Geass, which looks cool, but I'm also like, I don't know. My favorite, actually, did I already mention it? I built Sandrock. Like the high grade Sandrock. Sandrock is actually my favorite Gundam Wing mobile suit because of like the dual scimitars. I really like the dual scimitars for Sandrock. So I kind of wish there's more Sandrock. There actually is, actually. There's a few good Sandrock kits. I just forget to buy them. Okay. D9, maybe C. Yeah, Sandrock, the high grade one. Sandrock's really cool. D9. Sandrock's really cool. Especially when you choose like the scimitar, like the beam scimitar or the heated scimitars, because they're like red and orangish. Clear kits, yeah. I think I've talked about this in the past. I'm not the biggest fan of clear kits. Yeah. Not too big of a fan of clear kits. They're cool, but they're not for me. Hold on, the shoulder armor just has like some really tough nubs. Okay, Okay, very nice. Okay, hold on. Muy bien. All right, that's one shoulder. This piece here is gonna have a wraparound sticker on it. I'm a little bit more forgiving with the wraparound stickers for these kits because they're not like, you can't help it. Okay, but I'm not gonna be forgiving with the nubs because they're a bit much. I'm gonna scratch up this piece, but it's fine. Okay. So what I'm doing right now is there were like some really deep nub marks. There's still some residues of them, but I'm trying to scratch them out. But I don't know if it's worth it, considering that this piece is just gonna go here like that, and it's gonna get covered by a potential armor piece. But I think it's still worth removing the nub marks because it is going to be a visible bicep. I think. I'm not sure. From what I'm seeing, it might be a visible bicep. No, you know, I gotta get my money's worth, right? $23. It'll look great from afar. You know, from a distance, this kit is gonna look like any other kit. But don't look too close. You'll see the scratches. Okay. Yeah, because my god hands are not as sharp as they were before, they tend to bruise the plastic. So like the nubs are a little deeper because they're bruises more than like nubs. If that they're like squeezing the piece a lot more than cutting that now. Okay. Sticker. Hold on. There is a front and a back. Oh, you know what? Okay, so this is the front of the bicep. There's actually no nub, but the sides do. Don't mind, it's scratched up. Don't worry about it. I know it's scratched up, but the sides, the sides and the back do have nubs, so I mean, just be better than me at like sanding and cutting. Again, don't expect proper builds here, but yeah, just be better than me. You'll be okay. Shit. Okay. There's specific orientations to the stickers here that's like, I need to be careful, so I'll show you guys what it is. Just be better than me. So the stickers have like specific orientation as to how you should wrap them around. So that's sticker 5, right? There's a bit of like a kink and a sharp corner, and that's supposed to go to like a specific area of the piece. And I see. Okay, so there's a bit of an indentation to the piece where that kink is supposed to go into. So you see that area with like the indent? This here. The kinked out part of the sticker, this part here, is supposed to sit there. So what I'm not sure of is, are we supposed to end it? I think we're supposed to end with that kink piece. So we're supposed to attach the sticker via this section first, wrap it around the bicep, and then close it out with the kink. I think that's what it is. Yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. Because, so this goes to the front of the bicep because it has, I don't know why I'm explaining this, but I feel like I should because I'm confused. So on sticker number 5 here, you can see there's a bit of a kink as well, but it's on the upper section, and that's supposed to rest on the front side here of the bicep. So you start off there, close it out, and then use that bottom kink to like close the sticker. I'll try to get this right. I'm gonna try to get this right. I guess my worry is, where do we I understand it. Ah, okay, no. Okay, I get it. I get it. Okay. My bad, dog. My bad. It is a bit, okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. Sorry. My bad. So, I got it. I fucked up. So, it's this side here that's supposed to rest on the front. And this kink is supposed to like tab it to the side. Okay, I'll just do it. I shouldn't explain. When I explain, I just mess things up. It's fine. Figure it out. One thing I will say is the sticker sheets of newer kits are much more susceptible to lifting. Like, I'm just trying to remove via the edge, but it's lifting the paper that the sticker is attached to. I noticed that with Ariel. When we were building Ariel, that was lifting too. Okay. This is harder than it looks, sticker wise. Okay. I have to do this off camera, sorry. Okay, beautiful. So yeah, that little kink and the sticker is supposed to close out on the edge. Ish. I'll fix that, but it's supposed to do that. Yeah, but that's what I noticed. Like when we built Gundam Ariel, Baby boy, hold on. Baby boy, hold on. Sorry, I have to do this sticker off camera because it's like I hate wraparounds. And they hate me. But I noticed that the sticker was okay. Where did I fuck up? What the fuck? The sticker paper lifted when trying to remove the actual sticker. Give me 5 seconds here. Hold on. This sticker's killing me because it's not aligned. Where did I fuck up? Okay. Less talky, more buildy. We got this, we got this. Yes. Yes, okay. That wasn't the worst experience of my life. But I would not want to do that again. But we have to. Okay. It's a little bit lopsided. But don't worry. That's the best I could do. It's a little lopsided. But that's the best I could do, okay? Just paint it. If you're someone who paints, just paint it. But yeah, the sticker sheets I've noticed for newer kits. The paper section of the stickers, if it'll focus, yeah, lifts a lot more. So sometimes it's harder to get like more delicate pieces out of the way. We're still the right arm. It's fine. This is by design. Si uno. B25 and an A6. Let's just get everything. And then do the cleanup work. What? Cheerio, what's with the bot like comments? I do think that's a problem, right, with the rodent like pet species. Is that they breed fast, so that's why like pet shops do their best to separate them, because it would just go out of control. What was that? There was a fish. We used to call it fighting fish. I think they were like a species of betta fish or something that you can't put two in the same aquarium or in a same space, same water, because like they would kill each other. So you would have them, like pet shops would sell these like by the cup, like separated. And apparently the way to breed those is you would have the male and the female be separated, right? And during mating season, the female would build like a bubble nest. She would build her nest, leave the eggs, and then you remove the female, you put the male there. He's gonna go, splurt his man juice, and then you remove him. And then you put the female back. But I never really understood what happens after the babies are born, like the guppies. Because, like, if they are intrinsically by nature a fighting type of fish, like they're aggressive towards each other, are the babies gonna, like, have a little bit of, like, a fight club? Or are they chill until they're, like, in their adolescence? I don't know. Maybe someone could answer that. Let them duel. See, I'm not that evil. Also because, like, when I was a kid, I always wanted, like, small pets. Like I wanted a hamster and I wanted a turtle, but my grandparents wouldn't let me. For some reason, my grandpa thought like turtles and hamsters were unlucky. I think that was just his way of telling me that I'm not gonna buy you any of these pets. But he did agree to buy me, via proxy from my uncle, who was his son, some fish. I was allowed to purchase and own fish. So I had like the fighting fish, like the beta fish. And that was my favorite fish. I forgot if I named that son of a gun, but he was like a red and gold fighting fish. And when he passed, after, I'm not sure how long they should live, these fishes, but that son of a gun lasted like 3 years. After, when he passed, we used to have in the Philippines this like fake M&M's brand, or like, you know, duplicate M&M's brand called Nips. Don't ask why they're named that, but they were called Nips, Nips. And back in the day, they used to sell Nips in these little small octagonal plastic containers that had like sliders on them. So when my fighting fish died, I buried him in one of those Nips containers as his coffin, dug a hole and buried him there. I don't know what the point of this story was, aside from name dropping Nips and my fighting fish, but that's my experience with pets. I had a few more fishes, but I've never. They also died, but it was only that fighting fish that got a honorable burial. Let's just say. That's my story. There was no point to that story. I was just like, I had a fish. I buried him in a plastic coffin that was used to contain previously a chocolate candy covered thing called Nips. And that was the only one. Mind you, that fish was just like in a bowl. And it stood around for like 3 years. It survived 3 years. And it was just in a bowl, like a fish bowl. It didn't have like any like aerator or whatever it is, like the filters or anything. No. We would just switch out the water once a week, which is less than you should probably do, by the way. I think it's probably every 4 days or 3 days. And he made it. He was a fighter. Until he wasn't. And I had to bury him in a coffin. You know, that made me think. Somewhere out there, because we moved out of that house, and I buried the coffin. Sound like a serial killer. I buried the coffin, the body, in the backyard. So if someone bought the house that we previously owned, in that when I was a kid, and then they did some construction, it's very possible that the construction workers found the casket, the plastic Nips casket, and when they opened it, it was just the skeleton of my fish. It's a very dark thought about my pet fish. Neato. Imagine that's what you like, cause like you get curious, right? As like sometimes, you know, when you're just doing like landscaping or whatever, you get curious. You find like a little plastic thing. It's like, what the fuck is this? You open it. It was like a slider too. It's like it slid. You find a little skeleton of someone's beloved pet. Okay, how am I supposed to do this? Okay, You know what, Fruit? I hate how you're not wrong. It sounds morbid, yes. But that's how they used to make fish sauce, or still make fish sauce in various cultures that make fish sauce. But yeah, I always wanted a turtle. I always wanted a hamster or a turtle, but I never got it. And I don't remember if turtles were more expensive. or like drastically more expensive. They were definitely more expensive than the fighting fish or the beta fish that I owned and all the other fishes I owned. No, but at the time in the Philippines, I don't know if they were cheap. I know nowadays they do, because a buddy of mine, we peer pressured him to buy like 2 turtles in a pet fair while we were in college. So I know they're not expensive now, but back in the day, I think they kind of were. I don't know. Meanwhile, fish were like $10 a dozen. It depends on the fish. I think I told this story before. This one. This one's a bit... Oh, this one's also kind of gruesome. So my uncle, the very same uncle who got me into fish, or who purchased the fish for me, or with me, when we would visit his house in Manila, he owned a flower horn fish, which was like this. It was like this big. It was like, this is an iPhone for scale. It was like this big from here to here. And it had like a bulbous, cancerous like tumor on its head, but it was a carnivorous fish, and my uncle would feed it like these worms and sometimes like these little feeder fishes, right? So the one summer I spent with my uncle, I spent multiple summers with my uncle in Manila because he lived with my mom as well. They were like, this was after they were in college, so I spent multiple summers in their house, and he was like, hey, yo, young deeps, let's go buy some fish. I was like, let's do it. So we would go to the pet store, and, you know, because his flower horn was like the only fish in the aquarium. So it was actually, no, that's not true. It was the flower horn and like this fish called the janitor fish, which has like suckers that stick into surfaces, and they basically just eat algae and all like the impurities in the tank. So it was there. Deeps shonen. Young deeps. But yeah, we went to the pet store because I was like, yo, uncle, don't you think your fishes are lonely? Just the 2 of them, just the flower horn and the janitor fish. And you know what? My uncle was like, you're right, let's go buy some fish. So we bought these hammerhead looking catfish. They weren't hammerhead sharks because like they were this small. Like they weren't that big, but they had hammerheads. But they were catfish. That's what I was told later in life. He told me it was hammerhead sharks back when I was a child, and then when I retold the story to him, he was like, yeah, no, they were catfish, much older deeps. He said they were catfish. But anyways, we bought like maybe 6 of them, half a dozen of those like little catfish that had hammerheads. We dumped them on the same tank where the flower horn and the janitor fish was in, right? The next morning, young Deeps rushes down the stairs, went to the aquarium. 4 out of 6 of these hammerhead-like catfish were blind. The flower horn ate their eyes. Like, and then they died shortly. And when those 4 died, the flower horn ate the eyes of the last 2. And then I was like, what the fuck? I wasn't distraught. I'll have to say this. As a child, as young Deeps, I wasn't distraught. I was just like, because, okay, there was no like blood, because like the filtered the blood out overnight. But yeah, I was like, something's not right with these like catfishes, because they weren't swimming, you know, they weren't swimming normally. There was something wrong with them. And when I took a closer look, they had no eyes. And I was like, what the fuck? And I knew for damn sure that the damn janitor fish didn't eat those eyes. And the flower horn was that like insane. Like it it ate their eyes. And you know, the catfish, the hammerhead catfishes were like this big, right? So they weren't way smaller than the flower horn. But this flower horn just decided to like chomp on their eyes. And then when my uncle saw it, he was like, shit, those fish were expensive. He was worried about the cost. He was like, shit, what the fuck? What the fuck? So my uncle and I tried a few more times, like throughout various summers, because that flower horn lived for like 7 years or something. Like, my uncle didn't even buy that flower horn. It was a fish that one of his buddies gave him. Because initially, my uncle was not into fish. It was just that the house they were living previously housed one of their cousins. So like my second degree uncle, right? And he was the one who was into fish. And he had an aquarium that he bought. And he was like, hey, yo, Deep's his first degree uncle. Why don't you get into fish too? And he was like, well, we have the aquarium. So my uncle got the janitor fish. And his friend gave him the flower horn. So he didn't even like, you know what I mean? Like, he didn't even purposely have the flower horn. Someone just gave it to him. And it ate every fish that he bought except for the janitor fish. There was like some sort of weird mutual respect going on there between the flower horn and the janitor fish. Because like the flower horn would leave the janitor fish alone. But we tried a few other fishes. And what we learned is that if the fish is smaller or seemingly more vulnerable than the flower horn will demolish it. Because we bought like small guppies like this big. The flower horn ate them. Like, they weren't guppies, but then they were like this big, right? The flower horn ate them. My uncle bought like another bigger fish that had like normal eyes, not the hammerhead eyes. And that thing survived. But it didn't have a long shelf life. I mean, shelf life. It didn't have a long life to begin with. But yeah, that's what we learned. What was the point of that story? The point of that story was make sure you double check the species of your fish and what species they're aggressive with, because you could end up with blind fish situation. You could end up with like the serial killer of fishes. You guys want another pet story? I have another one. I have another one. This one's less gruesome. This one's this one's less gruesome. You know, you have no choice. Let me drink some water, and then I'll dictate the story. You should go catch your flight. Have a safe flight, my friend. But another pet story has to relate to my mom. And this is one of the other summers that I spent with her. So back then in the Philippines, when I was growing up, the school summer season, when you're off of school, happened during March, April, May, not July, August, September. That's when summer started. And so that means I'd be free from school during Holy Week. So Easter Sunday, right? When I'd visit my mom from like in Manila, because she was working there, it would usually line up the Easter Sunday weekend. And my mom used to work night shifts. And in one of the malls that was near her workplace, they used to give out rabbits. Because it was Easter, you know, the whole thing. So these were free rabbits. And so my mother, when I'd visit, she'd try to surprise me and be like, "Oh, young Deeps, look, we got rabbits." And this would go on for 4 years. She would do this for 4 years. My mom would get 2 rabbits of various colors and varieties. And she'd be like, "Oh, young Deeps, look, rabbits." I was like, "Oh, that's cool, Mom, rabbits." But she'd never let me touch them. Oh, no, she'd let me touch them, but she would never let me hold them. Because she would like, "All right, that's enough. You might get rabies." It's like, what the fuck? So we would just keep them in a cage inside like an air-conditioned room. Right? Because the Philippines is like a tropical country. It's hot as hell. It's so humid. So we keep them in an air-conditioned room. And then when I'd leave, they'd still be around. You know, I'd touch them, I'd pet them a little bit, but I wouldn't get to hold them because I might get rabies. I'd pat them a little bit, and then I'd leave to go back home to the province, wherever I lived, to go back to school. And then the next year, my mom would do the same thing. She would buy another 2 rabbits. But but this is kind of fucked up. But the previous 2 rabbits disappeared. Deep down, I never questioned my mother what happened to the previous rabbits. This would go on for 4 years, so approximately there would be like 8 rabbits that I'd gone through, right? And I never questioned my mom what happened to those rabbits, because deep down inside, I knew what happened. The rabbits perished under my mother's care, because unfortunately, she's not very good with like pets or plants or any living thing in general. So I confronted my mom like last weekend. I asked her, "Yo, mom, you know how you used to buy me rabbits during Easter?" She was like, "Yeah." She was like, "You know, I really tried my best to take care of those rabbits." And I was like, "What do you mean?" I like, "Mom, I know they died, but like, how did they die?" And she was like, she looked at me very firmly, and she was like, "My son, I swear to you, I tried my best to keep them alive after you left. But for some reason, they would just die." Like, apparently, like, they would do everything. They would feed them right. Allegedly, right? They would feed them right. They would care for them right. But then, like, literally weeks after I left, they would die. And then I remember my mom told me, like, there was even one rabbit that, like, had like developed pneumonia for some reason. My mom and like she had like house helpers in her house. They thought it was a good idea to give the rabbit a bath, and it died of pneumonia. And then I was like, what the fuck? But then my mom was like, no, but that was the first rabbit. All right, we didn't do that anymore with the rest of the rabbits, but they still died. So I don't know what happened there. So that's the rabbit story. I'm sorry. That was fucked up. To those who enjoy the company of the rabbits. But just know you're not supposed to like bathe your rodents. Cause like they might get pneumonia. Shit, I think they probably developed tuberculosis too. All of the pets, that's not. I hate how you're not wrong about like all of the pets that I was involved with every time I'd visit Manila would die in not mysterious. They would just perish in unfortunate ways. Like the hammerheads, their eyes were eaten out by the flower horn. That I was aware of. But the rabbits, they just disappear every time I'd come back. Like every summer, there's like a new pair of rabbits, and I'm like, okay. Even as a child, I was like 4, 5, 6, and 7. I knew those rabbits died. My mom just didn't mention it. I was just like, all right. I never believed in Santa Claus too. That's another thing, is that we never, at least like when I was growing up in the Philippines, or at least with my friends, with my family, believing in Santa was not a thing. This is pretty complex. Hold on. We don't eat rabbit. I was gonna say we don't eat rabbit in the Philippines, but that's not necessarily true. There are some people who eat rabbits, but my family doesn't eat rabbit. Like, it's not a... Unfortunately, those rabbits did not become produce. They just got pneumonia and tuberculosis, probably. Consumption. This is a pretty intricate arm. Like, aside from the fact that I've spent it spent this whole time yapping, like 30 minutes yapping. This arm's pretty intricate. Hold on. What the hell? There's like a few stacks here. Hold on. Yeah, there's like 1, 2, and then there's a piece here that I'm holding on to between my fingers. That's like all in between everything. It's pretty intricate. Like, hold on, y'all. Sorry. We should have been done by this by now, but there's... It's so weird. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out where is this supposed to sit. Hold on. This one's pretty intricate. Okay, hold on. Oh, fuck. We're fine. We're okay. We're good. Yeah, this arm is a bit... Okay, perfect. It's a bit extra. So, I'm going to try to figure out like how to explain this. So, there was a piece here, and just like just to give like the sandwich between the dark gray parts, this piece is literally just sitting inside everything. What I do like is that this piece is part separated, like it's actually plastic, and then it sits there, and that's the one that holds like the peg for the arm or for the hand. But the stacking of all three it's nice because it's part separated, but it's a bit excessive. It's a bit excessive. All right. Hold on. It feels like there's a bit of rattle. I don't know if you can hear it. There is a bit of looseness to the arm. That could just be me. But oh my god. Choto mate kudasai. Okay, there it is. Sorry. I wasn't sure because like I'm not used to arms being that thin, like the bicep piece. But I guess that's like one of GQX's hallmarks, is that everything is so angular. The silhouettes are nice from GQX. I'll give him that. Most of them have a really good silhouette, especially the grunt kits, the gun cannons, the Galogs. Like the grunt kits from GQX are very cool, in my opinion. Okay. Holy shit, we're still in the right arm. Holy shit. I was working while I was yapping, okay? Right? Right? We were yapping. But we were also working. Right? Okay. And then B 22. Everything's fine. Holy shit, this is intricate. 22. Oh, here it is. Okay, perfect. I'm assuming 22 is, yeah. 22 doesn't need to be clean. I mean, 22 doesn't need to be clean or free from nub marks. So I'm just cutting it by the runner. Whew. Oh, baby, I love you, man. You ever do. Everybody doing okay? Everybody doing alright? Let me know if you have any questions about anything that we've discussed in today's stream. The pneumonia rabbits, the serial killer flower hornfish, anything. I can answer that. With full confidence. We're gonna have to do... You know, I almost cut this little part off, which is like the siren lights. Don't do that. Okay, let me see how this can... Before I start sanding, I do think we should sand a little bit of this, wherever that nub mark was. But as far as this goes... No, we don't need to. Okay. So, there's a few nub marks for this piece, but it's typically just the inner frame of the shield, of the arm shield. So I'm just going to scratch off the nubs to make sure it fits in. But for these sections of the outer layer of the shield, we're going to scratch off the small nubs, but we're going to try to sand that really thick nub, or clean it up as much as we can. I'm going to lock in for a bit. I'm not going to talk, so that I can lock in. Okay, I'm going to try to lock in. I realize that we haven't made significant progress because I've been yapping this whole time, and it is typical for me, but I'm starting to feel bad that okay, I'm going to shut up. You know, I feel like... I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up. I should just build, you know. It's a build stream, right? Not a yap stream. Just build. Just do what I gotta do. No commentary. No unnecessary banter. Just pure artistry. Would you even consider this art? I mean, the artists who've made this, yes, but like me just like scratching pieces of plastic. Do you guys watch other... I can't do it. I have to yap. I have to yap. Especially as I'm doing the sanding, because like my mind needs to have something to, you know, build towards, not just scratching plastic. I was gonna ask, do you guys watch other build streamers, model kit streamers, people who build stuff on stream? And if yes, right? If your answer is yes, are they mostly quiet, or are they like me who can't shut the hell up? Because I'd like to know. You know, I'd like to know what the industry standard is like and where I stand in that standard. Because I'd like to know. Because I'm worried that people who come into the stream, they expect some kind of build stream. And that some kind may be like a quiet stream. And I'm not delivering that. Instead, I'm delivering you a facsimile and simulation of like those late night radio shows that they used to have. I don't even know if you guys listened to radio back in the day, where nothing is said, but a lot is spoken. You know what I mean? Because that's like the experience I give. I'm saying a lot of things, but if you actually break it down, I've actually said nothing. Just like the work I've done. Nothing. Okay, I've bruised the nub, so no matter how much I try to sand, the nub mark is still there. Like the plastic is darkened because I've kind of bruised it, unfortunately. So we're just gonna live with it. But there were some, like, where the curve, if it'll focus. So you see that like line, that little line in the plastic molding. There's a bit of like there was a nub on each side. This one's a little bit more visible. That one you can just kind of scratch off with your fingernail. But I'm just gonna leave those alone because they're not as visible, and I feel like if I scratch them too much, it'll be like almost like wasted effort. Okay, very nice. We're almost there, guys. One arm done. Okay. When I get up all in here, you can hear the angels falling us, and you can see the sunrise before. And when I'm in that thing, I make the body sing, I make it sing. Wee, wee, wee. Mrs. Officer. That's cool. It's very rare that you find like service lights on like a Gundam, a Gunpla. It's actually pretty rare, and I think like the small details in the police Zaku, like those like service lights, and then like the decals it has that's like police affiliated, is like, it's really cool. I guess that's what drawed me into the skills. And then B16. Bear with me, y'all. We're gonna wrap this baby up in like 6 hours. Alright? We're almost there. I can't believe it's been 3 hours. It's gonna be 3. Are you kidding me? It's actually gonna be 3 hours. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. 3 hours, we built a head, a torso, and the right arm. I think that's a good time. For me. A 10-year-old would be done by now. But you know what they say? It's not the destination, it's the journey. The stories we've told along the way. There's a few of these two. Let's see if I can just scratch it off with my finger. I can. Beautiful, beautiful. They're just friction marks. Beautiful. Okay, nice. All right, cool. These hands are cool. Okay, the hand's a bit weird. I'll show you later what I mean. No, maybe I can show you now. So I'm used to. So like the hands are a bit weird. I've never seen a peg go in between, like go into the fingers. Like this little peg here, that flat horizontal one goes between the ring finger and the middle finger. That's new. It's usually a bit more obvious where that like bar, that plastic bar goes to, but for this one it's not. It's just in between the fingers. All right, that's cool. Don't mind the don't mind the nub marks here. I made a statistical mistake. I made a mistake. That's cool. I'm gonna just panel line this real quick. Give it a bit. Quick one of those. Because, again, there's not much needed. What is cool with the Zaku police is that you can technically paint these a different like police color. Like if your country has like a specific color for their police units, then you can do that. That would be really dope. Or you can make it like SWAT colored. I'm just lining up the... As much as I say like the dark colors make it hard to panel line, I mean it is still important to do so because it still gives a lot of depth to like the parts, like that shield. Just a little bit, right? Especially from afar. It makes like those recessed areas a little bit more obvious. It's like angles. So it is still helpful. It just at the moment doesn't seem so. Like when you're building it. Or at least for me. I used to not panel line my kits. But now I do. Because I have the tools, so why the hell not? But there was a time where I refused to panel line them. I am excited to see what professionals or like very talented individuals do with this kit in terms of like customization for colors, because there's a lot of opportunity here to like really make it your own. It's just a little hard to like visualize for me how you could continually evolve this design and this color scheme because of the color scheme. Like dark colors on dark is just like, I kind of just accept it as like, okay, that's final form. But more talented individuals can probably see like, okay, I can make this color, and it would be interesting to see what they do. But I think we are very close to finishing the panel lining. Hold on. Just give me a second here, y'all. And then we're just going to blot the holes with a pour type pen. Beautiful. Okay, I'm just gonna let it dry, and I think we don't need to clean it up anymore so much. There's like a few like deep blots of like ink because like that's what I use the pour type pen for, but I think that's cool. I don't want to overdo it because the camera won't focus, but I don't want to overdo it because there's not much places to panel line. It's like the most is the shield, the shoulder mounted shield. I really like the service light. I'm sure someone's figured out a way to like line up an LED. That would be insane. But speaking of insane, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. It's been 3 hours. My bladder's kind of full. I chugged that Red Bull and it's coming back to bite me. Not in the ass, but somewhere else. All right, I'm gonna go pee. I will be right back with y'all. And when we're back, we're gonna continue. We're gonna finish this, by the way, today. I am not like doing a part 2. Yeah, we're finishing this today. Don't mind how far or how many more pages we have. But yeah, I will be right back with y'all. Don't go anywhere. Actually, do go somewhere if you need to be somewhere. But yeah, I'll be right back, and we're gonna continue the yap, the build. I'm gonna start talking and go into the restroom. All right, be right back. Be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. I had to get a, because my hair was getting all over my face. I had to grab like this. I forgot what this is called, but I had to grab this to like keep my hair all together. All right, let me just focus. Let me refocus. Hold on. Okay, so how are you guys doing? You guys doing okay? Hope you guys are alright. I appreciate everybody who stuck with us all throughout these hours. Thank you again to all the raiders. What am I doing? The left arm, right? Okay. Fucking hell. Alright. Oh my god. That boy ain't right. That boy ain't that right. And then we need B29. Okay. 29. Okay, here we go. Back streets back. Alright. Oh, you know what? Okay, this is a quick circle back to movies. Just a quick one. I am excited to watch the new Jordan Peele movie that was called Him, which is about like a football star who's like training with his like idol, and like he's, you know, it's a horror movie, so he's learning what it takes to be a true champion or something like that. And it's like this body horror. I'm not a big fan of body horror and gore, to be honest, when it comes to horror movies. Like, it's not my thing. I'd rather I get really queasy, especially when it's like eyeball related. That's why I never really liked the Saw series, because of like all the eyeball stuff. But the trailer for Him is like super interesting, so I'm excited for that. And that's it. That's all I gotta say. That's all I have to say about that movie, because I haven't seen it yet. But best be sure, when I do see it, I won't have anything to say, because I won't be able to articulate my thoughts. I'll say like bits and pieces of what I think, but it won't be like a video essay describing all the intricate details and all of my findings. No. It'll just be like, I liked the movie, I didn't like this part. Yeah, I'm but I am interested in that movie, and I'm excited to watch it when it comes out. Him. It also stars like Marlon Wayans, like you guys may know him from Scary Movie 1 and 2. He wrote Scary Movie 3, but he wasn't in it because of contractual studio reasons. But Scary Movie 1 and 2 was really good. 3 was also really good, but 4 was like, eh. They're actually making a Scary Movie, a new Scary Movie with the Wayans brothers again. You may know the Wayans brothers from White Chicks. That's another really good movie of theirs. That one's a lot more famous than Scary Movie, I'd say. More people know about White Chicks. But yeah, Scary Movie 1 and 2 are like classics. They are a bit like Scary Movie 1, 2, and 3. Actually, all of them can be a bit crass, especially if you take them with today's value systems. Because, like, again, it was a product of their time. Some jokes don't really fly anymore. They don't really age well, but overall, like, it's still pretty funny. So give them a watch. Actually, though, I would say give A Haunted House, which is another Wayans parody movie. It was like parodying Paranormal Activity, a bit of The Conjuring, and yeah, and Poltergeist. Those are the Haunted House movie is pretty good. Haunted House 1, 2 was okay. 2 is all right. Like I wouldn't suggest A Haunted House 2, but A Haunted House 1, very good. And between Scary Movie 1 and 2, if you're going to watch a scary movie, watch Scary Movie 2. In my opinion. Scary Movie 2 is, I think, funnier. Did I already? Okay. I know I wasn't going to talk about movies. Okay, maybe I won't. Cannot shut up. Beautiful. $24. Do I need anything else? 24 and 21. While we're here, we'll just grab it. 21. Here you are. Oh no, they're okay. No, I have talked about it. I was gonna, okay. So, a few weeks back, I recently rewatched Halloween H2O, which was at the time, during the early 2000s, the sequel or the reboot sequel to the Halloween movies, but it's a sequel to Halloween 2. So it doesn't consider 3, 4, 5 as canon to its lore. It stars Josh Hartnett. And I liked it. I liked Halloween H2O. A lot of people, especially if you look at like YouTube video essayists, reviewers, a lot of them might compare it to like Scream, like the original Scream movie, and that is true. It did take a lot of influence from the Scream movies because it came out around the same time, like the early 2000s, and Scream was really big. Like that type of horror slasher was really big, like very cheek in mouth, like snarky, jokey comments. were like a big thing with the scripts of the Scream movies, and a lot of movies followed suit. But I think Halloween H2O does a really good job with its execution, except for the fact that I kind of wish it didn't become a Laurie Strode versus Michael Myers at the end. In a way, I think I said this before, and I definitely said this before because I'm repeating myself. I can feel myself repeating myself. Hold on. Did I pick out the wrong piece? I picked out the wrong piece, didn't I? Hold on. Son of a bitch, I did. I did. I put in, like, we were supposed to work with D8, but we were working with D9. Anyways, I'm not distracted. My criticism with Halloween H2O was that it didn't use the girlfriend of Josh Hartnett as the final girl. Like, it makes thematic sense and also story sense that Laurie Strode would still fight Michael Myers. But all throughout kind of like the first act and all, or not the first act, but the second act of the movie, you can kind of feel like they were veering towards like making the girlfriend character into the new final girl, where she would like fight Michael Myers potentially with Laurie Strode. But that didn't really happen. It was just Laurie Strode versus Michael Myers, and in spoiler alert, Laurie Strode decapitates Michael Myers at the end of it. So that was okay. But I kind of wish they utilized that girlfriend character a little bit more. I can't remember her name, but you know, she was a pretty decent character. That's it. That's it. That's all I wanted to say about Halloween H2O. Also, LL Cool J, who's a rapper, was in the movie, and he was actually pretty funny. I think he was a fine addition to that film. Did I picked the wrong part again, didn't I? Fuck, okay, I did. Alright, I'm distracted. 23 is what we should have gotten. I'm distracted. It's fine, this happens. No, that's the right part. Why does it look different? What? Hold on. Choto mate. That can't be right. Huh? Something's not right. I know I was yapping the whole time, but something's not adding up here. Hold on, am I misreading it? No, that's B23. We have it. So that one. But this is a peg. This isn't. Okay, so I guess I'll explain where I'm lost. So we're here, B23, and for some reason, this was the piece that came out, and that's like a cylindrical peg, not a button-shaped peg, which we have here. I'm sure I cut out the wrong. I cut out the right piece. And if I'm reading, it's supposed to look like that. Like this, just a normal cylindrical peg, not like a button. But that's what we got. Did I lose a piece? This is what I get for yapping all day. Holy shit. It's B, right? B is in boy. 23 is cut. What? Is there? Okay, wait, hold on. I have to be tripping. There's... Wait. Okay, hold on. I'm a fucking dumbass. I was looking at the instructions for the right arm, or I should have been looking at the left arm. Son of a bitch. Oh my god. Alright, so I was... Holy shit. I was right the whole time. You know how I was like, oh my god, we're supposed to be working on D8 instead of D9. We were supposed to... Oh my god, I was looking at this line, not this. Oh, you dumbass deeps. Holy shit. What the fuck? I was like, is there supposed to be like 2 runners of like runner B? Like, such a dumbass. Oh my god. Can't make this shit up. You literally can't make this shit up. Alright, we're fine. I'm back. I'm back in black. I'm bounced. Bounce on that thing. Whatever the kids say nowadays. We're back. How many hours has it been? Okay, there's justifiable excuse for me to go crazy. 3 hours. It's fine. This is fine. This is fine. I'm allowed to go insane now. Holy shit. I got so worried. I was like, it's supposed to be identical, right? And I was like, oh my god. Like, my mind was racing. But it turns out I was a dumbass. I wasn't reading the right instructions. Oh my god. You know? Illiterate. Christ. Actually illiterate. Okay, I have an excuse. As you can see from the box art above, the Zaku police is asymmetrical in its arms. One has a shield, one has the normal shoulder plate. Normally, excuses time. Normally, those arms are symmetrical. That's my excuse. So I thought they would be exactly the same. Do you think that excuse flies? I hope it does. Oh my god, I'm such a dumbass. I actually started panicking, like, am I missing a runner? Like, are there supposed to be 2 runner bees? Nope. Just a dumbass. I think I shouldn't talk about it. This all started because I wanted to talk about Halloween H2O, but I actually said nothing. Like, there was nothing in what I said that actually mattered. Okay. I am going to sand because it needs it. Oh, I watched I watched Jeepers Creepers 2. That was pretty good. It's free on if you have like YouTube Premium. and you're in the States, it's only in the States. I asked my friends in the Philippines who have YouTube Premium. They're like, we don't get free movies. But if you're in the States, you can get free. You can watch movies on YouTube Premium. They cycle through every month and a half, I think. I don't know. But yeah, I watched Jeepers Creepers and Jeepers Creepers 2. There is a bit of like the director and the creator of Jeepers Creepers he is a creeper in real life, but from a movie perspective, they're actually pretty good. Jeepers Creepers 1 and 2 are actually really good movies. Justin Long is in it. He's in the first one, and it's I don't know. I think it's one of those one and done horror movies, or I feel like it should have been. But Jeepers Creepers 2 does a good job as a sequel as well. So like, you can come out of it watching both and be like, I'm done. I think that's okay. It's not gory. It's technically like a horror slasher-ish, paranormal slasher movie, because like the creeper is like this demonic entity that comes back every 23 years for 23 days to feed on people. And then the way the creeper hunts is that it likes to hunt by detecting someone's fear, and then whoever is most afraid or whoever's fear tastes the most delicious to the creeper, that's who he eats. And the creeper needs to eat people to remain immortal, because it eats, like, for example, it'll eat your arm so it can regrow its arm. So if you like blow its leg off, it'll eat your leg, and then it'll use your leg as its new leg. I didn't explain it right, but it's basically that. So it's like this immortal thing. And I think they took inspiration from cicadas, because cicadas are typically like, they die or they go in hibernation for like X amount of years, then they come back like full brunt to breed and then to lay eggs. And then after that, they go into hibernation, and then they come back after X amount of years. But yeah. Go watch Jeepers Creepers for free. Again, the director is a bit of he is a convicted creeper, like, so do that information as you will, but the film itself, pretty good. It's just unfortunate that the creator and the director was an asshole. Like, he's a real bad guy. I'm not gonna go and get into it too much because it's bad. But the movie's okay. The movie's good. Okay, back to the sticker. Yes. Technically speaking, this kit is supposed to be a fast kit. I'm just the one building it. Okay. Aha, okay, I fucked up again. See, I keep looking at this, but I should be looking at this. Hope you guys are doing all right. Not the best application, but it's very identical to the last one, to the other side. But you know what? I can live with this. Feels a bit loose though. But I can live with this. Feels a bit loose, but I can live with that. Alright, hold on. I have to refresh the stream. Because it does that. I'm not gonna die. Just, if you hear something crack, that's normal. So. Okay, I'm back. I'm just gonna drink some water. What time is it? 8:09. D12. Found you. D12. Let me grab everything before we clean up. D12. C. Oh, fucking shit. Everything is falling apart. My whole life. We're fine. We're fine. Up. C. Uno. Yes. Yes. Okay, and then B25. Yeah, this runner, I like having this little runner holder. But once you have like more than maybe 6 runners, it gets a bit tight. So it's not the best at holding everything, but for high grades, pretty good. 25. Ah, okay. Jesus Christ. I gotta learn how to read. Okay. This looks like it's a lot of parts still, and it is, but it's mostly joints and then like booties, like boot tees, not. Yeah, you get it. You get it. Okay. Clean up. Alrighty. We are looking good. I'll be honest, I can't even make the excuse that like, oh, I panel lined and I sanded. That's why I took like 1700 hours. I can't even use that excuse because I've shown that I could knock out a build doing all that in under 5 hours. I don't remember which build, but I remember doing it. Today's just extra yappy, I don't know. Okay, nice. I can just friction it off with my nail. Doesn't have to be super beautiful. Maybe I should do a little bit for just a bit. Yeah. Okay, that's good enough for me. And then we'll clean these up. So, just like how these were basically the stacked elbow joint, and these have like nub marks, I kind of want to clean these up a little bit more than we did with the right arm to see if we can kind of get it without the nub marks. Just to see. I'm hopeful that it'll get clean, but I don't know. But we'll see. Because it would be a shame if we can't avoid the nub marks. Hopefully we can. And I kind of don't want to sand it too much, especially these thinner parts. Because like the edge is a bit kinked out. like, so it's not a straight edge. It's on an angle. So if I sand it, I might take out more material and shape than I mean to. So I need to be careful. That's why I'm like knifing it a little bit more. But I think I have no choice for the center part. Let's see. I probably shouldn't have sanded that. I tend to avoid sanding rounded parts, but we're here now. Panindigan natin to, pare. We're gonna commit. I shouldn't have sanded it because like it's a rounded edge. But we're gonna commit. We're gonna commit. I mean, I will say, I was scared to build this kit because of the potential nub marks, but it's not so bad. Like, they did a good job with undergating and all like that. And again, you know, you could say a good builder would build an amazing kit regardless of the nubs. And my response to that is I'm not a good builder. I just do this as a hobby, not as a professional. I do not know what the accent is for. The accent may be offensive, and I apologize. Okay. Alright. This is a bit tight. Okay. And then... Alright. So, okay. I tried my best, but I was afraid. Yeah, it's more of a bruise than a regular dub mark. And I don't want to sand it a bit more because I'm afraid I'll take out more material than I should. So, E is what it is, kids. Is what it is. Is this E? Where the hell is H? Oh, here it is. Hope you guys are doing okay over there. Over at Chiat. Y'all are chilling. Y'all are killing it over there. Okay. Dope. I think this is very good. Yes. Okay. We're alright. And then B26, C3, and A7. A what? A7. Oh, here it is. Okay. Technically, you wouldn't use the same runner to cut the piece off of the runner, or the same nipper, the plastic nipper, for like to cut it off from the runner. You'd have two sets of plastic nippers, and one would be for cutting the excess off the piece. I don't have that, so I'm just using the same plastic cutter or nipper, however you want to say it. And yeah, that's why this thing is dull as shit. That's why this thing is actually dull as hell. I mean, technically, I could cut it close to the piece. Like, just off the runner, like tight, but I don't know. I've kind of gotten used to like cutting portions of the runner and then getting the piece and then cleaning it up. I don't know. You guys do what you feel comfortable with. But if you have the money for it, I would get like a standard cheapo plastic cutter or nipper, and then you save the sharper ones like your god hands or your more professional ones to actually cut off like the excess stuff from the piece once you remove it from the runner, because you're gonna like dull your blade cutting thick plastic parts. But that's how I roll. All right, so I don't know why I'm snapping. I should have changed my blade. My X-Acto knife blade, I should have changed it, but it's fine. Also, did you guys have a good summer? I hope you guys did. It was hot, but you guys had a wonderful summer. All the new Gundams. All the new animals. All the conventions. A lot of anime conventions happen in summer. I've never been to an anime convention, especially here in the States. So I'm always like wondering, what is it like? How sweaty is it in California? With all those bodies in one hall. I don't. This is like the wrist. How careful do I? A little bit. Okay, so a bit of it is exposed. Okay, cool. Because like there's like nub marks on this wrist, and I was wondering like, should I be super anal with the nub marks? Had to double check. So it is exposed in a lot of corners, so I guess it's worthwhile being a bit crazy with it. Okay. Okay. I think these are all clean enough. Hold on. Hold on. My joints. Okay. Let's do this. What the fuck? Wait, what? Wait, okay, hold on. Okay. This is okay. I get it. We're fine. We are fine. Then see? Second time's better. Okay. It needs to click. Beautiful. it's interesting that the... Did I fuck up? It's interesting that like the inner arm has like the detail, but the outer doesn't. You rarely see that. Usually like the outer arm has like more of the detail, but for this one they put it in the inside, which is pretty cool. It's different. Okay. D2, which is the shoulder. Okay. There's a shot. Okay. 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 I was worried with this one, but it turns out the other side is the one with the knob. Okay. Yeah, it's a proper nub. Should I? It's somewhat flat, but I think I'd rather not. I think I just leave it as it is. Yeah, it's got like a... The top section has a bit of a nub, but I think it's better if I leave it because it is like on a curve. And we know how I feel about curved nubs, so we'll just leave it at that. Bap. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. That's good enough. I'm not gonna force the issue. And then like this. Very nice. That's cool. The service light is really cool. I like that. More Gundam should have service light, or more Gunplas. Okay. We have a choice. Open palm or close palm. I'm thinking open palm. Right? We could... Like, close palm is so last season. I'm thinking open palm. Hold on. Let me drink some water. Check on the stream if we're doing okay. You guys doing okay? it's so it's so like, I can't like yeah, that's it. Hold on. What if 1 year war is the friends you what if, you know what, man? What if, you know? What if it is? What if it is, Asian? You know, I would not be... I would not be shocked, you know? What if... What if I don't need to finish this? You know, no, I need to finish this. Oh my god. Open palm. Open palm. What am I doing? Open palm. 20. Okay, beat 20. Actually, let's do both closed and open palm, just so I can get rid of the runner when we're done, right? Right. I answered my own question, and that is... Okay. There's that guy with his car again. Stardust memories. Asking the real questions, you know? That's some Plato shit right there. Okay, I'll just... Okay, I have to mention this. It's pretty intricate. The fingers are a little disturbing. I'm not gonna lie. The fingers are a bit disturbing. In terms of, like, length, they're a little too long for me. Like, are my fingers like that? Like, are my fingers that long? I don't know. Okay, maybe they are. I'm just so used to like, no, these fingers are definitely longer than a normal hand. They keep, oh my god, so in my, there's like a little Japanese hobby shop in my area, but it's not really close to me. It's like a, yeah, and they had like three or four boxes of GQX kits, or like the GQX Gundam itself, but that was like 2 weeks ago. So I don't know if it's still there anymore. Part of me feels like I should have picked them up, but I'm not super enthused about like the GQX mobile suit itself. That's why I didn't pick it up, but I feel like I should, because they were like relatively good prices. Like they're like 24, 25 after tax, 27, 28. So maybe I should have picked them up. Now that I'm saying it out loud, maybe I should have picked it up. Yeah, these are long fingers. I swear to God, these look like long fingers, right? Compared to like other Gundams. Hold on. I think, yeah. Yeah, okay. So this is Striker GNX, which uses the same fingers as any Gundam 00 GNX, and then this is the, right? They look like, the fingers look longer. Or maybe they just look more disturbing to me. I don't know. They look like Terminator hands. Maybe that's it. I think that's it. I think the Zaku's hands look like Terminator hands. So it creeps me out just a bit. I should always have a reference Gundam or a Gunpla here. I probably should do that. Next time. Well, I'll remember to do that next time. Caked up? What do you mean? You don't like your Gunpla with extra cake? You don't like your mobile suits with extra cake? Double cheeked up on a Thursday? Alright. Double cheeked up. Okay. We're done with the left arm, so it's time to proceed to give you what you need. Okay. I'm just gonna put them all together now. I sunk. Actually, wait. There's one more thing I need to do. God. Let the panel line this son of a bitch. This kit is pretty fun to panel line, I will say. Like, it's not too excessive, but I think it does need it, the panel lining. Because like, it's all like shades of blue. And if you don't panel line it, like, especially from afar, as you can see the button a little bit more. There's a button here, and there's a button there. Compared to, like, this one pops compared to that. Like, you can, yeah. So I think it's still worthwhile panel lining this kit. If they release a white police version of this, I think that would be really dope. Like a black and white. That'll be really dope. Yeah. Makes it pop a little bit more, especially from afar. I did see that. It's the misfortune of your birth. I did see that. This is it was the it was an edit of like that comic panel, right? Of like where Batman showed Raphael where his parents died. This is where my parents got shot down. Something like that. I did see that. I forgot what Raphael said. It was like damn or something. I mean, what would you say? Like, Batman brings you to like a random ass alley, crime alley, and it says, "This is where my parents got shot." And I was like, "Damn, bro, I'm sorry." Like, what else could you say other than "damn"? Well, at least you made it out alive, Bruce. Camille Badan. Actually, that reminds me. I did. Camille was Zeta, right? Yeah. Okay, that's why I know. Okay, because I did try to watch Zeta. Back in the day. Is there anything else for me to panel line? Beautiful. Okay. Pretty simple. Again, it is still worth panel lining because it, like, it is still very monocolored. Like, it's all blue, so it needs it. But it's pretty cool, man. Come on, there we go, big boy. Okay, yeah. Joints are a bit tight, but that's because it's plastic on plastic. Alright. The mono eye. Hold on. I need to line up the mono eye. Hold on, y'all. Actually, you know what? Aside from the... Speaking of Amuro, for some reason I can't say Amuro's real first name. You are right. The GQX white Gundam is actually pretty cool. That's another kit that I do want to get, but I think I'll probably get the red Gundam first because that one's already out. Okay. Pretty cool. Right? Like, hold on. Focus. Pretty cool, man. I can't seem to line up the mono eye, but that's fine. I fucked up the sticker of the chest piece a little bit. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And I really like the service lights. I think all like the police motif is what really sold me to this thing. It's my first Zaku, man. Articulation's very good. Like just elbows. That's a tight elbow right there. And oh, look at that. It's a bit of a pivot in the shoulder. Pivot in the shoulder. Gives it a bit more like depth. Hold on. It's a bit tight because there is no polycaps. It's plastic on plastic, but if it'll focus. That's dope. That's dope. I like this. I like it so much. Yeah, I like it. I like the details. I think that's what I like about like the GQX kits. Like I don't love all of them, but the amount of detail that each suit has is really cool, and it's cool to see. I didn't. You know what? Let me ink this, like the hoses up. Let me ink the hoses up, because I didn't panel line them because I was like, oh, it doesn't really need it, but it does. Okay, it's basic. You know what? This is basically a goof. I mean, yeah, just color wise, right? It's basically a goof. Like I bet someone out there in the great wide world that we live in has, you know, played around with this and made it into a goof, right? Yeah, either a camphor or a goof. And you know what? More power to them, because God knows I would not do that. I do not have the technical capabilities. You know that neck crack that I did earlier? It's I think it's coming back to bite me. We'll be fine though. They probably make it. They probably make it, but I kind of wish I have like gray, not gray, silver Panaline ink, because I'd love to make like the in-betweens of the hoses silver instead. That damn comment, Mr. Asian, threw me off guard. Yeah, I think. I think silver would have been cool. And I think they do make silver Panaline ink or something. Or you could just paint it silver. But yeah. I'd say if you do build this kit, the hoses in between, paint them silver. That would be cool. I think that'll be cool. Oh, yeah, because like the graphite lead. Yeah, actually that's not wrong. Yeah. The graphite lead, like when the light hits it, should reflect some light to make it look like it's silver. That's pretty smart. Yeah, it's a cost-effective way of doing it. Pretty good. Pretty good tip. Okay, the panel lining didn't really do much, but I forgot to panel line this. Like the center hose thing. Alright, let me drink some water and we will proceed to give you what you need. Four hours, Jesus Christ, help me. At least the waist is simplistic. A25 and A24. Are we done with A? Nice. Oh, no, we're not. We still have 23. Yeah, that's all I want to see. Baby, show me. Baby, turn around and let me see that sexy body go boom, boom, boom. Okay. And then we need B13. Yeah, there's still one more. I don't... This is a weird, like... I don't know why this is red. This is red because it had the sirens, the service lights. But I don't know what this is for. It's just redundancy, I guess. I feel like there was something planned for this design and they were just like, eh. Okay, there's two more pieces. There's the 30 and the 23. Yeah, there's these two pieces here. So, runner A is not done, but it's almost done. That was it. I needed B13. This one here. Okay, beautiful. Okay. Now I just need to clean these up. And then we'll be on our merry way with the waist. Beautiful. You guys doing okay? I hope so. I was gonna say that we're here for a good time, not a long time, but to be honest, I think we're here for a long time. Very, very long time. I'm not stuck here with you. You're stuck here with me. Let me see here. This one's a scratch. Yes, beautiful. I don't know about this one here. I think this is a proper nub, but I don't wanna. It's good enough. Fine. I feel like I took out more material than I should have there, actually. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, we are. I was gonna say we're in the home stretch. No, we're not. We still have 2 legs and a few weapons to make. I don't know about you guys, but whenever I'm building Gunpla, I always feel like the weapons are the. They're always like the ones where I'm painfully making them. Like I'm enthused to make like the body of the Gunpla, but when it comes to like the weapons, I'm like, okay, here we go. It could be because I do these long stretches of like builds and I take forever. It could be that. But you know, when I'm out there building Gunplas, no matter how many sessions it takes me, I'm always like, oh, okay, where are the weapons? Oh my god. It's almost like a big begrudging activity for me. Even though I think for a lot of people, building the weapons is like the fun part, right? For me, it's like, okay, we're here. The suffering is almost over. And then 30. 30? 30. Also, does everybody build Gunpla in the order that the instruction manual says, or do people runner A is done? Runner A is done. Or do you guys build as you feel? Like you're like, I'm gonna build the arms first. Screw whatever the instructions say. I'm very by the books. So I wonder if people out there are like, I'll build the arms first. Or I'll build the waist first. Because you technically don't have to follow the order, actually. As long as you follow, like, the part that you're building, it should be fine. Because that got me thinking. Maybe people build the weapons first because it's, like, the easiest, technically, for most kits. There are some really big seam lines in this kit, but I'm not too mad at it. Like, there's like seam lines over there, but I'm not too mad at it. Actually, I'm not mad at it at all. Okay, where is this supposed to sit? Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Beautiful. Whatever. What? Oh, okay. Huh? Okay. I see. Is this necessary? So that piece I was working on just goes here. Like it literally is just that. Like this. Like it just did we necessarily need to make that a separate piece? I mean, I'm happy that it's part separated properly. I always complain. I always bitch about like, oh my god, this high grade. This high grade isn't part separated. And it's a high grade, but I mean, I guess we get the part separation I bitch about a lot. Okay. B14. Just odd. It's just odd that like, okay, we choose to do that one. But I'm glad they did. I'm glad I did it. Ah, the crotch boosters. Okay. Whew. Beautiful. Beautiful. You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it'll never work. You have me. When you say it's over, damn all these beautiful girls. I don't wanna say the word. I might get in trouble by Twitch. They might ban me if I say it's over. It was back in 99, watching movies all the time. Oh, do. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so there's a there's a bit of a crotch booster and a butt booster, and the butt booster has a bit more articulation. If it'll focus the camera, please. The butt booster has some level of articulation. It's a little kinky, maybe, but yeah, there's a butt and a crotch booster. That's cool. All right, I'm gonna panel line this, and we're gonna move on to the legs. Let me drink some water. I'm fine. I'm good. I'm alive. I didn't choke. I don't know why I'm saying that, because I didn't. Am I running out of black ink? That's impossible. So this kit has really good part separation. Like, legitimately speaking, it's very good. It can feel a bit excessive, but I think it's just enough where you can still play with the panel lines a little bit as well. I say a little bit, but it's a lot bit. It is kind of hard to see what I'm doing. Truthfully, it is kind of hard to see what I'm doing from like even from up close because it's all dark colors, but works out. Let me just check some stuff. Alrighty, so how y'all doing? Y'all doing okay? Y'all doing good? I'm fantastic. I don't know. I don't know. I'm using an accent. I'm fantastic, y'all. You know, just building me some police, Zaku. Yeah, I'm good. Let's do a little look ahead, right? Let's do a little look ahead to see where we're at. Mary, Mother of God. What is this? What do we get ourselves into? I see. Jesus Christ. The thighs. I fucking see. Okay, it's the thighs that are the hell. Okay. The weapons are... There's not actually a lot of weapons. Like, okay. We'll take it slow. The music that we have on the stream, very Pokemon, yes. We will have... I don't know what the accent is for, but we will do Animal Crossing, and then we'll hop back into Pokemon again. If we okay, I need to focus, right? Build 2 sets of the legs. Jesus Christ. The thighs are like really thick, for lack of a better term. Okay. We'll build 1 leg at a time. Because I think... Okay. It's nice because it's 11 and 12, 11 and 12. It's identical. But we'll build 1 leg at a time. Just to give us like... We're not like doubling up and I'm losing track of which is which. We'll build 1 leg at a time. Okay, that's 12. And then we'll do 9 and 10. 9 and 10. Okay. Okay, we'll start off with this and then we'll continue because these are like joint parts. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, let's start with this. How does this go? The legs, I think a lot of like the intricacy of this kit is probably going to be seen through the legs. Yeah. And then D19, A, B, C, D. Yeah, most of this is like going to the legs, actually. Yeah, okay. 19. Okay. All right. So we have 19. And then we do this here. Goes like this. Okay. This here. Does it peg to it? Or, okay, like that. And then goes right here. I see. And then D18. Okay, interesting. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's a leg. And then we need what do we need? Oh, on the back side, we need 17 or 18 sticker. It says either or. I don't... So, it's either 0412 or 0418. I don't really have a preference. Personally. Yeah. 04. We'll do 10412 and we can do another 0418, I guess. I don't know the significance of these values. We do have like these numbers. We have 3 sets of like 0 to 9s. And I'm thinking we either do a 69 or a 666. That we'll see where these numbers play and how they fall into place. But I guess for the 0412, we'll do 10412, and then the next leg we'll do 0418. Faux 20. Faux 20. I don't know. I like... So, okay, it depends on like what these numbers are for, right? Because if these numbers are like for, I don't know. We can also do 420. It's okay. So if it asks for 3 numbers, I'm torn between 420 or 666, you know? like a shitty tattoo. I'm torn between those options. But if it's like we take like, yeah, it depends on the number combination. It depends on the number combinations, because we can technically do 420 for each row. We can do 169 or 1420, but if we only need one number from each row, we can do a 666. We can also do 69, 69, 69. But again, it depends on like where these numbers go, because I have no clue. I have no freaking clue. It's either 420, 69, 666, whatever else. Okay. This one needs a number 7. Okay. Where is this supposed to go? In between the crease. Okay. This is seriously okay. I fucked up that sticker. I fucked up that placement, and I actually fucked it up. I scratched it a little bit over there. You can't really see it because of the lighting, but there it is. Yeah, I fucked. It's fine. It's called battle damage. I fucked it up. I fucked up that sticker, but it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It happens. It happens to professionals. I never said I was though. B4 and B3. Alrighty, y'all. We are doing okay. We have a booty. I kind of okay. You'll see the final result of this boot, but it's kind of funny. Like the boot's kind of funny. D15 and D10. Okay. We're literally making a shoe. Like this is an actual shoe. H2 and 3? Yeah, okay. There's no better way to say this. It's just a shoe. And then does it matter? No, it doesn't. Okay, it literally just is a shoe. I love how it's just a boot. Like, come on, man. It's literally just a boot. Okay. Let me panel line this. We'll make the second boot or like the second leg, and then we'll move on. Are you guys doing okay? I hope you guys are all right. I recognize this has been a long stream today, but is what it is, you know. Is the works. When it comes to these things, it is the works. Okay. It's just a few simple lines, nothing too extreme there. But yeah, we need to build another one of those. Okay, I will say this: the GQX Zaku police Zaku. The most intricate part of it is definitely the legs. Like as so far, right? So far, the legs have been our most like intricate pieces of work. Yeah, because like the chest or the torso was pretty intricate, and then the arms were arms. Some parts were definitely, yeah, like the elbow joint was definitely unique. It's like it's stack on stack, but the legs is like there's different sides to it, and then yeah, it's very intricate. So we'll proceed to make the other leg, and then we'll make the thighs, and then we'll see how it all fits together. Cause like, yeah, very dedicated leg instructions. All right. I just needed to use that as like a yap break to like recenter myself. Cause that those legs were something. $19. The hell? Oh, okay, found it. Yeah, the first time building a part is definitely takes the longest, but then once you've done it once and it's identical, you can do it again. Yeah, now we're just flying through this. Compared to when we first built this piece. A sane person. Yes? A sane person would have, you know, potentially split this stream into two. But I'm not that person. I think we've been very clear about that. And then we'll do the 418, I guess? On this side too? Oh, shit. Can I save it? You know what? That's good enough for me. It's a little curved out. It's a little misaligned, but it's fine. And then D20. Okay. And then it's another time to approach this sticker. Hopefully we don't kill it. We don't destroy the sticker. There's a chance that we might. There's a chance that I might fuck this up again, but we'll see. Okay. My excuse is that it's a fragile sticker that for some reason needs to go into like a bend. Okay. It's not ripped this time, but it's slanted. So, yeah. So the thing is, it needs to go on an angle, like on a bend. So, I mean, you know, I'm sure there's ways to do this right, but those are unknown to me. All right, so we're pretty close to finishing the second leg, and yeah, I'm kind of scared. We'll see how these go. Yeah, we'll see how these go, because it's a few wraparounds, but yeah, we need the feats now. We're almost done. Okay. All right, we're gonna be done with H. You can tell I'm like semi-locked in now, because I haven't yapped in the last 30 minutes or so. That's a fucking miracle if you ask me. H is done. It's a miracle. All right. Hoo-wee. Okay, I'm gonna panel line this bad boy and onto the thighs, which is probably most of the work. Okay. All right. Everybody doing fine? Everybody still okay? I hope so. Hope you guys are all right. I know it's been a long 5 hours. Almost 5 hours. But we're almost there. Just these legs, they're gonna take a while. Usually like it doesn't take this long for a leg, but bam. Okay. D13. Oof. Okay. These cables, they're a bit painful. Like if you want to avoid, you can definitely cut close to the piece for these ones, but if you want to avoid nub marks, and I'm assuming you would for this, it's a bit painful, but we'll see how it goes. Okay. It's not so bad. Oh god, I overdid it. Okay, not so bad. The nub marks are not so bad, but I'm not sure if that's because we ease the pressure. But you could definitely sand this, especially with typical sandpaper, and get something good. But I only have the files, so it'll be like a straight edge sand. Not really worth it, but okay. Let's see here. We have to apply some stickers. These ones are wraparounds. So number 1 goes at the bottom, number 2 goes at the top. Okay. I don't know how these stickers are supposed to go in there, but I'm just putting them on. It's supposed to wrap around there, but I don't know if I didn't put them right. I don't think I did. Whatever. Whatever. God, I hate wraparounds. Okay. It's supposed to look like that. Ish. From afar, it looks okay. From afar, a lot of things look okay. The hell? Did I get the right part? I did. Okay, facing that way. Oh, shit. Okay. So, this is a bit tricky. Okay, that's pretty cool. It's all like friction fit, so it goes over, under, and there's a little peg that lines this up there. It's interesting. A bit risky, in my opinion, in terms of like just how flimsy this feels when it's like detached, but it's nice. Almost hit the Borat accent again. Business. 5 and 7. Okay, this part confuses me a little bit now, cause like now we're supposed to like take a leg, take the thigh, and then put this all together with a joint. We need one more thigh part, C5, but this part like confuses me a little bit now. But let's get all the pieces together, and let's see where this brings us. Okay, so how does this go? This one here lines up with what? Okay. Oh, okay. So the leg has like those, like that forked U piece, and it connects to that little L footing thing there. It's interesting. This, and we're supposed to like bracket the leg a bit, or like break it rather. And then this is supposed to go towards here. Okay. Okay. So this is the thigh. This is the proper thigh joint. I see. And then supposed to put it all together now. Okay, yeah, we're supposed to put it all together. This is a bit. It's an unorthodox thigh, and honestly, it's a, I guess, good construction. I feel like. Okay. Okay. I mean, there's a bit of like, the seam's really thick. I don't know if it's obvious on camera, but the seam between the pieces are very thick, and I'm a little worried that it's not supposed to be that thick, but so we need 6. Okay. We are doing fine so far. Okay, cool. Thank you for the follow, Speedy Spitfire. Okay. So that little seam line that I complained about or I mentioned on the thigh, that was normal how thick it was. Oh my god. I thought first I thought the piece flew away, and second I thought like this thing broke. Oh my god, it did. But it's fine. Fucking hell. So okay, something did break. So you see that? That's a break. That's a break. That's a break. But it's still functional. In fact, it gives us extra movement. It's fine. We're okay. Holy shit, something did break. For the first time in a long time, something did break. This one was fine. Holy shit. But you know what? It's a functional crack. It's a functional crack. Be careful in how you put it in. Shit. God damn it. I was being semi-careful, I think. I'm good. Just, I guess, destroying my Gunpla. Okay, so this piece of instruction is a bit... So, this thing, you have to detach it and move it down. That's risky as hell. That's risky as hell. Sorry, sometimes I move my mouth, so like my mic isn't really catching it. But you should be able to hear me now. But yeah, that's something, man. Yeah, okay. Moving on. Stress me the fuck out. Stressing me the fuck out. A, B, C, D. Okay. We did break something though, but it's fine. It is fine. 6 and 17. Okay. This happens from time to time, breaking stuff. At least it's not a functionality break, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't break the functionality of the piece, I think. Although, this, like, detaching this wire piece from the, like, the thigh is, like, risky. You have to pull it out a bit, then drag it down. Like, that's scary. Honestly, it's not a bad break, right? Like, it's, like, the friction, it's still friction fitted in. In fact, it gives a little bit more mobility than it previously did. Because, like, this part doesn't move at all. But this now can move angled out. To be honest, like, I don't even need to fix it with plastic cement. Because it's like, luckily the peg, or the hole that the peg slots into is deep. So there's still a lot of, like, room. But I almost shat myself there. Whew. The thighs are definitely intricate. Like, slightly losing my mind. Just slightly. Again, most people would probably split this stream into two. You know, one stream for the upper body, one stream for the lower body. I'm not most people. I only split streams for high grades. No, master grades and real grades. Not that I've actually built a real grade on stream. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, it's double. Okay. I don't know I had to use my zesty voice for that, but sure. Huh? Ah, okay. Dumbass. There we go. Beautiful. And then we have a D4 and D16. Do we have enough? Oh, okay. Yeah, we do. I was like wondering, like, do we have enough like receivers? And we do. Okay. I hope you guys in chat are still doing okay. I know that the yapping has in fact slowed down the last hour and a half, 2 hours, but that is with purpose so that I can lock in. Because if I kept yapping at the rate that I was earlier, we wouldn't get done. It's fine. We'd be here for 8 hours, you know. And we don't want that. You don't want that. That's too much deeps. That's too much deeps for one man. Let me just load up the music. Let me just load it up so I don't have to think about it. You know my... Okay. Here's the old man deeps talk. I'm not even that old. Just mid-20s. To the youngins, I'm that old. You know? But my traps, like that muscle that connects your neck to your shoulders, they're starting to tingle a bit. They're starting to give out a little bit of a ding 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 ding. And cracking my neck again will not help. Actually, it'll make it worse. It'll make it worse. So I gotta haul some ass. Now, I keep seeing like those. Okay, here comes the yap. Okay, I keep seeing those like TikTok reels. Oh no, TikToks and Instagram reels of like people going around asking, "What do you think is too old?" And it's all these like kids who are potentially like, I don't know, in their 20s, like super early 20s, like 21, 22, 23, or even younger, like 15 up. And then they, the interviewer asks, "So what age do you guys think is old?" And then some would be like, anyone who is born 2000s or before. Like, you gotta pack it up. I'm like, damn. I was definitely born before the 2000s. Like, damn, bro. You guys are bringing out the heat. I'm not like, damn, unk. I am an unk to these kids. And to be honest, kuya out of nowhere, right? Manong, if you're Filipino, I think manong is worse than kuya. Tinatawag kang manong agad. Oh shit. But Tito. I think Manong is the worst. Because, like, okay, so Tito and Manong, to those who don't speak Filipino, they're like roughly, they're like uncle. They're uncle. But, like, in my opinion, Manong is, like, way harsher. But, God, what was I saying? But, yeah, I don't blame these kids for thinking that way because I'll be honest, when I was their age, I used to think like that too. You know, anyone who was like born 1990s and above are like old. I get that feeling. But to be on the receiving end now, see, it's the respect that comes with Manong that's like I don't accept. Cuz I know deep down I don't deserve that respect. I'm still a shithead like you. I'm still young. Let's see if I can get these stickers right. Hold on, kids. These stickers are just like randomly placed in between these like circles, like these holes, like these Dippin' Dots, but I'm gonna give it a little bit more opportunity here to not be nice, but at least be reasonable. But you know, I can't blame these kids for thinking that anyone who's born 2000s and earlier is old, because I used to think that way. But now I'm on the receiving end. There was even when I was like, if you're born like 95 plus, you know, you should pack it up, Unc. you should like have kids or something. It's like, damn. In this economy? All right, I'm gonna panel this real quick. I don't think there's too many things to do. See, this is the tricky part with the thigh, is because like, you see like those dimples? That's what we'll call them. They're not very, like, I guess I could panel them, but I guess I could also leave them alone. I'm gonna panel them. I'm technically okay. So, I have like younger cousins. Oh, one is in her senior year of high school and one is in college, freshman year. When I was hanging with them during, I want to say it was like New Year's or something, or thanks. No, it was definitely New Year's. And then like they were like, "Hey, do you want to go to like a fucking Petsco?" I was like, "Yeah, I'll go with you guys." I felt so old for some reason. And then they were like, "Oh, Deeps, we need your opinion." I'm like, "Okay, what do you need an opinion on?" "We need an adult's opinion." I'm like, "Okay, I am old." That's what I knew. That's when I knew I was like getting there in age, like Unk. Cause Unk is not a number, man. It's a vibe, I think. And I'm giving that. It's giving Unk, unfortunately, to the youngins. Especially when I start talking about like, oh man, my neck hurts. Hold on. There it is. Okay, I'm back. It's shit like that. I have no one else but myself to blame. When I pull shit like neck cracks, like I'm just begging to be called Unk. Alright, so pretty cool, man. I do think that panelining those dimples and a little bit of the lining does help bring out the details. The sticker placement is a little... Yeah, the sticker placement in this kit is a bit weird, but I can't really blame it because that's just the design it is. But I think definitely for this here, the wraparounds, like a lot of the wraparounds, I think you should paint. If you're someone who paints, You should paint. I'm not someone who paints. Frankly, I stay away from paint. But yeah, we're almost there. Let me get a drink of Wawa. And let's chill out for a bit, man. You guys doing okay? I hope you guys are doing okay. I know I stayed quiet for like, again, 2 hours or so, but you know, we needed that, like, you know what I mean? we needed that like lock in for me. Because if I didn't lock in, we would, you know, we wouldn't be done with the right thigh. But pretty cool. I'm surprised they don't have recolors of. I mean, they probably do have recolors of this suit. There probably is a green Zaku and stuff like that. But I like the police blue. I wish there was more siren lights or like service lights on this thing. But the 2 red lights, they work. They work. Yeah, this is dope. Hold on. I don't know what else to update this Twitch follower goal. I guess we'll make it into like 80 again. Or we can jump to 100 right away. I don't know. We'll see. But thank you for the follow, everybody. And again, thank you for the people who did raid us. And also the people who stuck around during the raid. Yeah, let me catch my breath. let me catch my breath here. The thighs are very involved. I swear to God. If I see the actual GQX kit in the wild, I think I don't have any other choice but to purchase it. I will buy it. 1, because I'm running out of Gunpla to build, and 2, y'all kind of got in my head in saying like it's hard to find the GQX, so I don't want to miss out. But I still am very, very into buying the red Gundam from GQX. I haven't seen the series. I will watch GQX. I will watch Witch of Mercury one of these days. I'm not saying when. It'll be one of these days, all right? It could be tomorrow. It could be next month. It could be next year. It could be, hear me out, when I'm in a retirement home suffering from some sort of mental incapacity at that age, that I will decide, hey, I'm going to go watch Witch of Mercury and GQX. But it will be someday. The reason why I don't watch them, or why I haven't watched them, is because of laziness. Or if you're a Filipino, katamaran. I have all the time in the world, but I also don't. You know what I mean? I have all the time in the world, but also not. Okay, time to do the wraparound stickers, which I hate. I'm coming out. I want to know. Coming. It doesn't, like, the stickers here, they don't really matter as long as they wrap around. But I'm sure there's a way to do this cleanly, but I'm not gonna do that. Okay. As long as it wraps around. That's all we care about, right? Whew. Mary, Mother of God. I don't know what it is, but wraparound stickers always stress me out. Simply because I refuse to, like, think about them. Like, I refuse to, like, be logical about how they're placed. That I just start, you know, wrapping it around. Like, oh, who cares? Uh-huh. That's weird. There's 5. Why is that? Oh, 1 is extra. Okay. So, this sticker here, you only need 4 of number 3, but they give you 5. And I was like, that's weird. Why do they have an extra? And the instructions says includes 1 extra. I remember the days. Old man yells at trees. Or yells at clouds. I remember the days when I would pick up like a gunpla, a model kit, and it would all be in Japanese, and I wouldn't understand shit. But it's super nice now how things are like in English because of like, people like you and me who build Gunpla and aren't Japanese. That Bandai is like, okay, we're gonna throw them a bone. We're gonna do the translation, the instructions half in English, which is really cool. Cause like the instructions are pretty straightforward, right? Like these are just find the piece. Every piece is numbered. Every runner is labeled like a Latin letter. But it's just nice to be able to like know that okay, this is extra, you know? Because like back in the day, it was like there was like 50% guesswork of like, is that correct? Okay. I remember a buddy of mine. This is the same buddy who wasn't into Gundams, but he liked the idea of Gunpla, and he decided to watch the entirety of like the Universal Century series, and he went insane. But anyways, when he bought himself a Gunpla, but I was there with him when he bought it, but he decided to buy. This is my college roommate who was this. He decided to buy himself the real grade Exia, and I was like trying to tell him like, hey man, are you sure you don't want to start with something a little bit more simple, like easy, like as your first Gunpla kit? And he was like, no, I'm gonna build real grade Exia, and I was like, okay man, whatever. And as he was building it, and this was also the time and when I got back into Gunpla, which was in college. So I was playing around with some like high grades like the Barbatos and then the Shiden and stuff like that. And this buddy of mine was like, yo Deeps. I was like, what's up? I don't know what's happening. Cause like all the instructions were in Japanese. He knew how to read a little bit of Japanese, but at the same time, he's never built a model kit in his life. And it's his first time building one. It's a Gunpla and it's a real grade. And he was like, for some reason, the pieces aren't connecting, man. And I was like, okay, let me take a look at this. For some reason, my buddy switched the joints of the shoulders and the elbows. Like, he flipped it around for some reason and forced the parts in. And I was like, okay, I think I know what happened. But it took us, like, a while to figure out. And I was, like, trying to understand, like, okay, how did you mess that up? Because, like, he's not a dumbass. You know, if it was me who did that mistake, I'm like, okay, I'm a dumbass. But this guy, I knew he was smarter than me, and he actually could read some of the Japanese instructions, but I was like, okay, how did you fuck that up? And then I realized that the instructions were like so small and confusing that like, and there were like some like, he knew how to read some Japanese, but not a lot. But like there were like sentences in Japanese that probably warned you that, hey, be careful, this is specific joint is for the elbows or this specific joint for the shoulders. But he didn't know how to read everything, so that's probably what got him confused. So what I'm trying to say is thank you, Bandai, for catering to people who do not speak Japanese. Long story short. Okay. Turn apart. B. We're almost done with B. Nice. This is a lot of like nubs. I'm realizing, looking at it, especially on camera, it's like, that's quite a decent amount of nubs. I'm sure some psycho, I'm not psycho, but some genius out there, to be honest. I'm sure some genius out there probably knows what like melts the nubs that they get from building Gundams or Gunpla, recycles it for like 3D printing. Because, you know, I mean, I don't know what kind of plastic they use and if it matches with whatever's being used for Gundams, but, you know, reuse, reduce, recycle? That's the slogan, right? Yeah. It's like, why did I say that in the most awkward way possible? Like, yeah, no, that's right. Okay, we're almost done with letter C as well. Actually, it's wrapping up. I didn't realize this was in the entirety. I didn't realize Runner E was the entirety of the weapon set. I was like, when are we gonna use this? And I looked at it further, and it's a weapon set. Okay, cool, yo. Let's just resolve that of it, yeah. I'm hitting the accents again. I'm sorry. It happens. Also, can I just say, YouTube Shorts and clips definitely have a way of like indoctrinating you to watch a show. Like I've been getting, because there's a new season of Dexter, right? There's like the Dexter Resurrections. I was too young to watch Dexter when it first aired, like the first series. And it was growing up in the Philippines. I don't think we could have. I don't know what channel would have had Dexter, but yeah, it was. Okay. I've been seeing like Dexter clips and all that, like you know the different, the typical aura clips, and you know like the edits, and I'm like, maybe I should watch Dexter. And to those who don't know, they actually have have episodes of Dexter on Paramount Plus or Showtime's wrong leg YouTube channel. So you could watch a few episodes of Dexter via those options. Sorry, hold on, I'm losing my mind. And before Dexter, it was Supernatural that was running through my feeds, and then that I got it slowly indoctrinated into thinking maybe I should watch it. But unlike Supernatural, I actually watched one episode of Dexter, the one that was on YouTube, the first episode of Dexter, and you know what? It's pretty good. Okay. This definitely feels a bit too loose. We're gonna be careful for the next boosters, but I think we'll be okay. Runner C. Okay. No, it's not done. We still have a shield. Okay. You thought you could escape. You thought you could run from the runner, but you cannot. It will always haunt you. I don't know why I'm doing like a fake French accent. I'm sorry to anybody who has French lineage or some sort of relationship to France and its people. I apologize deeply, and I am sorrowful for my inappropriate and inaccurate depiction of the beautiful French accent. Okay, I think runner B is out. Yes, yes. We just need to be careful with plugging them in, because that's where we got our asses beat by breaking something last time. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. Okay, runner B is out of the picture. I guess that's the one. I guess that's the nice thing about newer kits is that, especially like with the first rendition of something, it's very rare that you'll have extra parts, which is like good, but also which is good for like first time builders, or not just first time builders, but people who just like to build something and be like on their merry way. Okay. Yeah. So if you're plugging these in straight and slow, don't try to like force it so much at an angle like I did, because you'll have a break in the piece. If you do have a break like me, it doesn't seem like it's too problematic to the part. Like it's not gonna in fact it frees up its mobility, but you know, just be careful. You can never be too careful in life. Okay, we are almost there. Okay, fucking A. Whew. We are almost there, ladies and gents. I can feel it now. Runner D is gonna be out of here, baby. What are we gonna do first? 7 and 22. As we're nearing the finale, I gotta stop doing that. As we're nearing the finale of this build, which is the weapon set, I gotta stop doing that. Did you guys have any questions about me? I don't know why I'm doing this thing. But yeah, you guys have any questions about like the build? Any questions for me? You know, nothing too personnel. I should stop doing the accent, but I cannot stop. Can't stop, won't stop. I should probably stop. But yeah, if you guys have any questions in the meantime, let me know. I am slowly losing my mind, but we're still here. We're still sane. I'm good, you know? Someone could probably use my stream as a study of like the loss of sanity over time. They say it's not healthy for people to talk to themselves, but I'm talking to you, right? I'm talking to you guys. Sure, sometimes it's a one-sided conversation, and then and the power dynamics may or may not be a little skewed, but the conversation happens, you know. There's a conversation, you know. Okay. Hold on. Oh god, I shouldn't have shaved that. I got my eyes on you. Everything that I see, I want you hot, love, and emotion. Okay, this is good enough for me. And then beautiful. Okay, that's one. And then we need D4. And I think D is gonna be out of the picture after this. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Kobe. One more, baby. One more. Okay, D is out. Hold on. Just about. Okay, we're good. I'm not sure. Sometimes I'm not sure if the stream is still running. I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. Sometimes in the middle of these, especially like when it's like long and I'm like mundanely doing something, I know sometimes I'm like, I gotta refresh Twitch. I'm like, are we still live? OBS says we're live. Oh, I thought I cut myself there. I thought I cut myself there. Thank God I have calloused hands. Anyways, sometimes I think like, oh man, are we still live? Am I potentially just going crazy? My greatest fear, right? And this is, I'm not gonna say it's an impossibility, but it's unlikely. It's unlikely. It's not an it's unlikely, but it's not impossible. One of my greatest fears is that like I just start doing the whole streaming shtick, right? Like I just start like, you know, I play a game or I build a Gunpla, I start talking. And it turns out I never turned on this turn on like the go live or the start streaming button, and this whole time I've just been imagining like any kind of chat, like from my frequent viewers to like, I just imagine like new and frequent viewers like chatting. I enter a new state of psychosis. I just go fucking crazy. That's one of my fears. Cause I'm afraid of that because I feel like I would have wasted like a lot of good jokes. Like think about all the bits we could have done, you know? Thinking about all the bits I could have done that I just wasted on like thin air. That's bullshit. That would make me sad. Sure, it's a bit like it's a bit worrying that could happen from a mental health standpoint, but from an entertainment standpoint, that's wasted potential, you know? I just use some bits and some jokes, especially while playing like a game that I suck at, on like the streamer's equivalent of like Foster's Home for the Imaginary Friends. Something's not right. Hold on. I fucked up. Did I fuck up? Something's not right here. Oh shit. Deeps, did you fuck up? No, but it fits so perfectly on this side. Why isn't it locking in? Why are you not locking in? What's going? Are you supposed to be not locked in? No, you're supposed to be locked the fuck in. Oh my god, did I use the wrong part? No, it's the right part. What the fuck? What? Oh my god. Holy macaroni. So, I was like forcing it to go this way, but I forgot that this little thing, that little sticky out thing has to go in here. Has to go in there. It has to go into a hole, like that. I was like losing my mind for like however long that was. Yay! It's done. I'm just gonna go. I'm somehow. It's done. I panel-lined it. Okay, you guys ready? Oh, we're back to Pokemon music. Let me just drink some water. You guys okay? I'm okay. Never been better. Never been better. You know, people ask me, Deeps, how do you maintain sanity during streams? That's my secret. I don't. A lot of people seem to think, hey, you seem okay. No, I'm not. Frankly, I'm far from it. Are we still live? Okay, we're live. We're still live. Okay. Next, what? Okay, wait. Okay. Next thing we need to do is, which is front and back? This is front. Okay. We're gonna put these legs together. And then, oh, very bulbous, very thick, very big, but very cool. I like that. I like the look of that. Don't mind the break. Don't mind that break over there. That's always been there. In fact, oh my god. You can't even see it. You can't. Where's the break? I don't see the break. That's cool. This is cool though. There's something cool with the idea of anthropomorphic robot having thrusters, but not as a jetpack. Oh, look at that, ladies and gents. That's a proper kit right there. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, there's something cool about, like, not necessarily, I guess you can call it bottom heavy. Just like the Woundwort. Oh, hold on, something's tight. Ooh, why are you tight? Why are you tight? Oh. Yeah, why are you tight? Why are you tight? Okay, whew, my god. It's just like me, my left shoulder's fucked. Yeah, there's something really cool about having a lot of the thrusters, or most of the thrusters, be on the thigh or in the bottom section. Because, like, I mean, does it logically make sense? Probably not. Like, I don't know if it makes sense that the boosters come from here. It flies like that. But I guess from equilibrium sake, especially if it's floating in space, it's cool. It makes sense. And would I say I would prefer heavy thrusters on the thighs rather than a big jetpack? It depends. But I can tell you it looks really good here. And look at that. The articulation on those thighs, very good. The leg, almost unimpeded too. There's no twist to the knee, but I oh shit, I can live with that. One thing I will say is that the second knee joint is a bit, holy fuck, it's a bit tight. The second knee joint is a bit tight on both sides, I think. Hold on. Yeah, I think it's not supposed to move. Maybe it is. I don't know. It's a bit tight, in my opinion. But if it's supposed to move, it is a bit tight. But it's pretty cool, man. Let me. Can it stand on its own? Voila. Pretty cool. The feet are. They look a bit small, eh? Especially with everything on top of the thighs, the feet look a bit small. I guess we do have something for scale. I mean, yes, am I possibly. Oh, actually, this is a pretty good example. This is a pretty good comparison, actually. Am I procrastinating? Yes, I am. Am I delaying the fact that I have to build the weapons? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, sir. We do have a pretty good example here. Luckily, I have him out. So this is Striker GNX, but he's a bit of custom. He's a bit of a custom. Because I just made him like this, but yeah. It's a bad comparison. Let me hold him. He's shorter. The Zaku shorter than Striker GNX, which is, I guess, to be expected. But yeah, these two have thick thighs. Like, these two kits have thick thighs, but they're thick in different ways. And then they also have the same idea of boosters on the thighs. Except for the Striker GNX has a little bit more of a back end booster, a butt booster. Not to say that this guy doesn't. He does also have a butt booster vent over here. But similar. I held in that burp. I held that in. But similar theory in mind. Thigh boosters. I mean, that's cool. I don't know. I still like the Striker GNX a lot more, just because of like the silhouette is a lot more balanced, at least in my opinion, because like it still flows vertically, whereas this one, if you put a vertical line between the waist and then the hips, or from the waist to the foot, there's a lot of like bulbosity. Whereas if you put a line here, it follows a very straight line. But that's just how I prefer my Gundam mobile suit mech silhouettes. I prefer them to like kind of follow a straight line, or kind of like be sharp compared to bulbosity. But I don't mind the bulbosity of the Zaku police. So let's put him on a stand. I'm gonna rest Striker GNX for now. Give him a little bit of a break. He's been GNXing a lot. I don't know what to do with his shield, so I'll just put him here. It's fine. He'll be here, just hanging about. And we'll put this guy, while we're making his weapons, over here. But you know what? I will say, again, this is my first Zaku, so I don't know if this is normal for a Zaku. But they seem to be rather stout. They seem... I swear to God, this knee. So I think the son of a gun is double kneed. Like this joint or double jointed. This moves, but this one doesn't. But I swear to God, that's supposed to move, or maybe it's not. Is it? It's so tight. Like both of them are so tight that I'm afraid that if I'm gonna break it. So let's not. We'll just leave him be. But he's very stout. He's very dense, which is, you know. If you like dense, if you like stout, short and sweet, Gunpla? This guy could be for you. Okay, beautiful. Okay. Nice. That's not really a pose, that's just something. Anything, really. This is just anything. It looks so weird. It's not really a pose or anything. It's just like he's just like running. But that's fine. That's better than nothing. So we'll put him. Okay, I'll be honest. The bulbosity does make him a little weird when you just do a running pose. There's something. This is distracting. The bulbosity in the thighs, but that's fine. Cause. Oh god, hold on. Cause we're gonna be building their weapons. I'm not gonna be too dainty with the weapons anymore, cause panel lines be damned on these weapons. But yeah, it's a cute kit. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, it's bulbous. It's short. It's stout. It's a cute looking kit. Like, there's... I don't know. There's not much that I could, like, really say. Oh. Oh. It's like a little, like, the handle. Support handle. It's made gun noises. God, I'm a child. I am a man child. Okay. Alrighty. What is supposed to be? I get confused which is supposed to be the... Okay. That's a really... Jesus. Okay, let's not force the issue. The hell? What am I looking at? Okay. Actually, there's a really... Okay. I'm not gonna clean it up, but I'll panel line the gun because there's a lot of really cool detail into this. And it would be a shame if I don't. So, let me panel line this gun. I said I wasn't gonna give a damn about the weaponry, but there's a lot of really cool detail here that is... It would be a shame if I don't take advantage of it. It's really cool. Like, legit. I don't know why I almost hit a Valley Girl accent there. But it's really cool. Like, legit, man. I'm coming. I'm coming. I don't know. I don't know. You know what? I'm surprised. I went insane today, but when we did the 8 I don't know if any of you guys were there when I built Nodle. Did I go insane building Nodle, the 8-hour one? I feel like I did. I just can't remember. I definitely went a little insane today. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the motherfucking membrane. Okay. Yeah. Just I don't know. It's a bit too intricate. Sorry, I hit my mic with my chin. It's a bit too intricate now. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna let him hold. Okay. Okay. Fue. It's a really cute gun. I'm not gonna lie. It's not. It's a really cute gun. It's not like, for some reason, it's not very like threatening. It's not the most threatening gun. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't think it's not that threatening to me. Like it's kind of cute. All right. We're pretty much done here. Almost. Pretty much. Pretty much. There used to be a boy band called There used to be a boy band called Pretty Much, but they've disbanded now. Anyways. Okay. Here's a little axie axe. Which is dope, right? Washang. And then what is this? Oh, it's a baton. That's nice. There's some stickers left over here. I don't know what's happening to them or what's gonna happen. Runner E is done, baby. Runner C is done. I overdid it. There's a bit of a nub mark here with the shield, but I think we can easily just scratch off our sins away. I should have been a bit more patient, but that's okay. Impatience is a virtue. No, it's not. No, we're not fixing that. Okay, so... Oh. This stick is for what? Is this stick for? Is this just a pipe bomb? I didn't watch the anime. I think this is just a pipe bomb. Feels like a pipe bomb. Looks like a pipe bomb. It's a pipe bomb. Okay, we have these. So we'll put the little big ass police sign here on the shield. Actually, before that, we should panel line it, and then we'll put the big ass sticker. Because my issue before is when we did the police knee, when we did the police sign with the knee, we didn't really hit it. We didn't really panel line it beforehand, so the sticker kind of got on the way. But at least now we can preempt that. Okay, beautiful. Right, final sticker. Final mandated sticker. Beautiful. This is the best sticker I've ever done today. I guess my biggest problem is the stickers are like on all curved and it's all concave surfaces. My weakness. Okay, so the pipe bomb is supposed to stick here as well. Oh, interesting. Okay. And then let me review. So we're done with technically done. Okay, I think. Oh, it's supposed to have a sticker here as well. Okay. We missed a few stickers. I'm sorry. We missed a few stickers. I guess we can be a little bit more creative now. Okay. So, technically, the bad boy is done. Technically, we're done. But we now have the honor and the privilege to put the stickers on. So, I propose for 2069. I think that's the only logical way of doing things, right? For 2069, let's do it. Okay, so I think I'm gonna decide. So there was supposed to be, so we were supposed to do one of the 0412 or 0418 stickers, one of these two, in the shoulder here. But I think what we can do is we can do 420, and then 69 somewhere here, right? Let's do it. Four. I could do 666, but we're gonna commit with the 42069. 2. And who says I'm not creative? Who says I'm not creative, bitch? So juvenile. Oh my god, 69. Guys, I just noticed something. I just noticed something. Also, I bet like sports teams, or not sports teams, but like junior varsity teams, like in schools, they probably banned the number 69, right? 69, very nice. Okay, technically, we still have another row of stickers. And we have like this mini row, but the mini row is a bit harder to deal with. I'm open to it though. I'm open to putting another, cause like the bigger numbers, like another 69 here. We have 3 rows. I'll fucking do it. I'll fucking do it. Childish behavior. I'll fucking do it. This is the most effort I've done with stickers or decals ever. Usually we just skip. Usually we just skip. But today is a different day. Put a 420 at the back. Using the smaller stickers. Oh my god, the smaller stickers folded and it's... God will not let me do the smaller sticker. It's fine, I'll use the bigger sticker then. Can't stop me. You can't stop me. It's like the Agent 47 barcode, but the back of the head. Okay. I think that's enough vandalism, right? What do you think? Just a little bit, you know, a few references. 420, 69, 69, 420. I mean, technically, I could still stack another one here, another 420, but I feel like that would be tasteless, you know? I feel like just a few markings. But yeah, this is Zaku Police, man. Police Zaku. It's it's a doozy of a kit, I'll say that. In terms of like, especially once you, like, everything was like simple, but once we got to like the leg area, it kind of became a little crazy. But yeah, I can't really pose this bad boy because again, the symmetry of the thighs is. I'm not the best poser. I am a poser, but I'm not the best poser. Yeah. This looks right. But yeah, this is Zaku Police. Pretty cool kit. Took me longer than I imagined. I thought we were going to be here sub 5 hours, but here we are at 6.5 almost. Yeah, pretty good kit. I'd say pick it up, especially like if you're a fan of the Zaku, I guess. Like, I'm not a fan of the Zaku, but it's cool, man. It's got a lot to it, and you can customize it to your likings. It has a lot of really cool decals, or rather stickers, that makes it dope as hell and interesting, which is the most important part, right? Is like, the more you play around with Gunpla, it's so important to just have something that's interesting and something that's different. But yeah, this has been Zaku Police, or Police Zaku, and yeah, he has an axe. He has an axe and a left close palm. But yeah, anyways, before we wrap it up for today, any final thoughts, comments, violent reactions from the crowd, from chat? I'll give you guys a couple. Let me drink some water. No, nothing. All right, we're good. With all that said, thank you for dropping by, everybody who came by. Thank you to everyone for the raid, and thank you for everyone who dropped the follow from those raids. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for sticking around with me through the insanity, through the madness and the badness. And yeah, to those who may be watching the VOD on YouTube, leave a like and subscribe. And to those who are watching right now, feel free to drop a follow if you haven't, and tell your friends about me. And remember, sometimes it's a good idea to split a build into 2 streams, because you might go crazy in the middle. I feel like I should have learned that lesson a long time ago, but fuck it, baby. This is how we roll. Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Batman Arkham City, roughly around the same time. We might wrap up Arkham City then, and then, yeah, we'll figure out what to do with the rest of our lives afterwards. Alright, stay safe, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend? Yeah, it's gonna be weekend. Alright, I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Bam.